give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. My love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you want. My love, I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you. See, I'm falling for you, way. You know I never seem to change. It ain't too late to turn the page in a book that we made. They say lonely are the brave. I won't watch you walk away. There are far too many words that we both need to say. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. My love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you want. My love, I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you anything you want. Do you remember yesterday? Do you remember we had faith? Do you remember the good days? Will they fade away? Will they fade? Will they fade? Oh, when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you want. My love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you anything you want. Say it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. Say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. Say you love me, say you love me. I'll give you my love.
Welcome back after our little 2-day break to Game Changers Rising. We are now getting into the final stages of the tournament. Last time we already found our first finalist with Eterna beating G2, and now only 3 teams remain in the contest of getting the final tickets to Paris. I'm your host Roxalis, and we're gonna complete our trio again with Trouble Inc. and Mila as our casters for the evening. How did you survive the little off time with the 2 days in between?
I don't think it was an off time, honestly. There's like so many things going on. There's like Worlds in the morning, and Mia Masters in the evening. Now there's Worlds in the morning, there's LGC in the evening. I feel like we have been absolutely blessed with so much and so good League of Legends that I'm just like very excited. Like the week just keeps on giving.
Definitely.
I completely agree. I took a detour to my actual daytime job, which is crazy. I was an actress again for 2 days. Ridiculous. I missed gaming so much. I'm so happy to be here. I don't want to go to any events. I just want to watch League of Legends all day long, and that's what we're going to do. And I'm super hyped, and I'm super happy that we are finally getting some good games again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I kind of lost my team yesterday in EMEA Masters, but I'm really, really cheering for those two that we are going to see today. Yeah, F in the chat for the Rossmann Centaurs. But we're going to quickly, as always, do a little recap of the tournament so far for you, for those that are new here and want to know more about the league. As usual, we started with 8 teams, 3 being qualified over the best teams in the Equal Esports Cup, which was Galleon's Pearl, SLYA Academy, and the Blue Otter. Then we had 3 teams coming over from the LEC with G2 Hell, Vitality Rising Beast, and SK.A Rosa. And then through our open qualifier, we started with Turner and Zerins Bloom. And we already talked about a few of these names, with, for example, Eterna already making their ticket to the finals as an open qualifier team. And that, of course, didn't just happen out of nothing. They completely smashed our group phase that we had a few weeks earlier, with G2 and Eterna very successfully coming out. We already lost Galleon's Pearl and Vitality Rising Beast on the way and are now in the playoffs, where we are currently at, with SK.A Rosa gonna be facing SLYA Academy. And yeah, we had a quite tumultuous playoff so far. I would say every game was kinda an upset or was very unexpected, with like 2 best-of-5s going the complete length and in reverse sweep. How entertaining did you think the playoffs were so far, and were there like any surprises troubling?
Oh, I think we've had like our biggest upset so far. I was just very excited because that Eterna versus G2 Hell matchup absolutely did not pan out the way that people wanted it to, right? But I guess Ying has to balance Yang, so G2 Hell and G2 had to lose that day, like on both of their officials, just so G2 could bless us with a game at Worlds today, and maybe vice versa, you never know.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was still a very hard-fought series, though, right? Because as it looked like in the beginning, you know, Sashi popped completely off on some of her picks, and it was always a back and forth. We were kind of like, every game there was another person taking the lead. There was another person creating a highlight reel for themselves, right? So in the first game, it was definitely the squadron from Sashi, but things turned around quite quickly. G2 always found ways to fight back, and we were actually taking to the full length, so it's not at all like, you know, it wasn't G2's day. They definitely had some good moments. However, the upset still happened in the end, right?
Yeah, and I think it's very cool because we had so many different moments where the actual stars of the series weren't necessarily the flashiest ones. I just felt like this was a very hard-fought jungle game for G2 Hell and Eterna. It felt like Delicate, whenever put behind, Eterna could not necessarily find a footing, and then Sheena was playing so aggressive, trying to make sure that Delicate did not find that footing, because when she did, the last 2 games that we saw, the last 3 games that we saw, where actually Delicate could play the game. I feel like she played a really big carry part for her team as well. So it was really, really cool to see. And I feel like for G2 Hell, well, they've got a lot of VOD review to go back and do, right? Because 2 members of that Eterna team were also playing on 100+ ping. So, you know, it's a give and a take situation.
It was an absolutely stunning series, and if you haven't seen it, I would recommend you to go back and watch it in the full length, because these were 2 teams that didn't came here to play, and especially like every player stepping up to the occasion, playing their absolute best possible in this best-of-5 series. And the wonderful thing is, I love that we have these best-of-5s, because all of these teams really haven't had the chance before to go out on like a 5th game, having like this fearless format, banning out so many champions, going so deep into the champion pools. And that's also, I think, something that really produced a lot of these upsets, because suddenly teams were like challenged to show even more than before. And 2 of those were SLYA and SK.A Rosa. And I had the great pleasure to talk to them before, and I even had the chance to talk to both of them at the same time in a duo interview. And what they have to say for this matchup, we're gonna find out. Hello, as you can see, I am joined by Tress from SK.A Rosa and Pivotless, the top laner of SLYA. How are you feeling so shortly before the game?
I mean, I'm a little nervous, I wouldn't lie, but I'm really ready to throw it down on the Rift today and pick some funky shit.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this one. I'm always a little nervous going into games. Feels like game 1 jitters usually, but I'm excited. This is a game I'm very happy to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that you teams actually faced, it was Solari taking the win. What is maybe gonna change today, Tress? How is SK this time otherwise prepared?
I think a big thing that's changed is discipline. We've kind of got our shit together in a nice way. And we already knew kind of what Solari wanted last time, but we played kind of away from how we should play around that. So hopefully this time we can make our planning a little more reactive on the rift.
Definitely looking forward to it. I mean, Solari had like a very, I would say, intensive series the last time that they played with like the reverse sweep doing it. And we also had like Lilith in the interview talking about that for her it was like very important that Pivotless was stepping up as kind of like the leader of the team. She said that you are her in-game and out-of-game MVP for giving her the hug and then turning to serious. How is it like so easy for you to stay so calm under the pressure?
I wouldn't say it's easy so much as it's learned behavior. I feel like after a certain amount of time, you get used to the pressure. Best of fives are a different beast. It's a completely different animal. And on the one hand, it's nice. You have more games to play with, more games to not throw away, but you can afford to lose a bit. So it takes some of the pressure off. But when you're 0-2 down, the mental fortitude is it's a learned behavior and takes time.
The learned steadfast presence, which is actually kind of funny because when we talked to Miela after the series of SK, she kind of said something similar about you too, Tress, that she was like that she was feeling that you are the one that's keeping the team together, like also strengthening the mental, being the mother. How is it to fulfill that role?
I mean, it's very like amazing that I get to kind of like elevate very talented players that I've kind of come in and been able to work with. So being able to get the best out of them and kind of see the results that that can actually yield is like a huge value to me personally. But you know, it is quite a tiring job sometimes. You know, there's a lot to manage and a lot of things that they all want to do. But yeah, overall, I would not take any other role. This is it's very fun
Yeah,
doing what I do.
I mean, we also heard like Bella saying that there are like dogs on bot lane that needs to be sometimes just said that they shouldn't engage. Maybe do you have like any declarations of like war going into like this matchup because the loser is gonna be out of the tournament and the winner has to face G2, right?
Yeah, well, for me, I just can't wait to get another classic French moment. You know, France so well known for surrendering. We're gonna make sure that that's gonna be the feeling of the Solari fans after a nice 3-0 today.
In terms of declarations of war, a war would reply, well, it's a nightmare, isn't it? We're not using that take, so it's fine. Or maybe we are. It's one take. Who can say?
Yeah.
It's too late.
Just say it again. Okay, I'm asking a question. Any declarations of war, pivotless?
A war would imply it's not just one-sided. We have no
Ooh.
intention of making this anything other than a 3-0 today. We have got to right the wrongs of what we did last time against Zerons, and SK is the best place to start.
And you can see both factions are really heated, and we're gonna figure out later who of this team is gonna go into the next round and which team will unfortunately have to say goodbye to. Thank you so much, Trace, and thank you so much, Pivotless. See you on the Rift. I love talking to our players. They're just always such sweethearts. And I have to say, those were some really, really strong words from both sides against each other.
Can I just say, you did a fantastic job, first of all, interviewing them. I loved your questions. And you really, you honestly brought like the fighters in them, you know? Like Pivotless was like, what are you talking about? 3-0. And then they were both taking hits onto France when they're both from the UK. No, I love that. It's like an intermatch match, you know, like inside the team thing. So it's a fantastic interview. Well done, Annika.
Thank you so much. And we also, of course, want to go into the fight because we want to finally talk about these two teams, about SK, Avarosa, and about Solari. And I think there's actually so much to like unravel about because all of these teams made such big jumps into this tournament. What would you say changed the most on the side of SK Avarosa coming into the playoffs, Mile?
I mean, obviously their jungler changed. I'm not gonna lie. I do feel like that has had a big impact on them as a team. But especially coming into playoffs, their jungler changed. Like that's just it's very easy to pinpoint that. I feel like Tress has been such a deciding factor in how they can organize themselves on the map, especially her synergy with Kiana as well. I feel like there's a lot more order. The calls seem to be more clear, and we were always wondering about them lacking personality, especially after kind of trying to live up to the big expectations that were coming in through the entirety of the year. And they weren't able to do it. And now is the time. And I feel like they can finally show the full potential.
I feel like through her champion pool, she brings a lot of stability. I feel like meta and champions that are really hot right now can bring a lot of stability in the team. And as you can see, it's like, what do they call the cream of the crop, right? The Javans, the Wukongs, the Xin Zhaos, literally everything that's been either played or banned even at Worlds right now. So I feel like Tress has done a fantastic job at just stabilizing the game for SK.A Verosa and making it just a lot more strategic than it looked like before.
Yeah, 100%. I think there was like such amount of growth, even just going from the group stage, going into the playoffs. And I think what I also like, what we both, or what we three really were like looking for, is that we see a bit more agency from top lane. Because we were like, okay, good, where's Lizzie? She has been smurfing last year, but where are her plays in the ESC? And we definitely saw some like sparks of the old Lizzie shining through in a series against Blue Otter.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like she was finally able to take over the games, also bringing out some of the picks that we've known her for in the past, something like the Urgot. And we can see her definitely smurfing on these picks and feeling a lot more comfortable for sure.
Honestly, coming into playoffs, we had like, what, 3 champions from her? Sion, Ornn, and maybe an occasional like Ambessa. But right here, the Urgot, the Rumble, particularly this dive right here, absolutely annihilates them. 2v1 doesn't die on the tower. She has had a fantastic playoff so far. And I feel like she hasn't necessarily been the flashy star that you'll see on your screen because she primarily sticks to her side lane. But she has created so much pressure, and not only soaking up the pressure as we saw right here, but also creating her own as well, with the likes like Yorick that we saw her play that we didn't necessarily showcase.
Yeah, and we love it definitely when it gets heated, especially on the top lane, because we're also just heard in the interview that Pivotless kind of like takes over the role as the lead. So I think if we're going to talk about SLYA Academy, we definitely need to talk about Pivotless stepping up way more for the team, being the one that is able to give really good hacks, such good hacks, in fact, that it can turn around a whole best of 5 melee.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've heard it before, but it's also just her stepping up, finding time. Look at her always diving into the backline, always trying to look for these carries in the enemy team. We will see scenes of her completely playing the fights 1v3, keeping the backs of her teammates completely clear so that they can actually play the game and try to fight front to back. She's coming in at such a strong point right now individually. This is the play that I mean, right? They are now 3 of them walking into the tri-bush, and she's on Sion. She just doesn't care. She will just space and buy time as much as she can.
And for all the EMEA Masters rats that are missing bows right now, they're like, oh, when is Los Ratones playing next? Don't worry, we have Los Ratones at home. Pivotless is sporting the entire bows pool. And even though you might not see your classic 10 deaths or like rocket belt on Cho'Gath, the champions are still there. I feel like she is just very unique in terms of like she'll play the Sion and the Gragas and the Cho'Gath and the K'Sante, and she'll have impact and try to find the backline every single time.
Yeah, and I think in general, SLYA has like always, I think, the team that we have been looking for if we wanted to show like perfect fighting, because of course G2 is also really good at finding like the right team fights, finding like the right amount of aggression. But I think in general, SLYA has been like really good playing, especially around the bot lane, which of course includes Clef and Miela for this matchup. So it's going to be really interesting how they're going to fight out, because we heard from Miela. She doesn't want to see any smolders. She doesn't want to see any scaling in the lane. She wants the action. She wants the early game.
Damn, the ADHD bot lane, they said. Miela plus Kiana down bot lane. They just want a fist fight. I don't necessarily think we're going to see a lot of fist fighting down bot lane. Because if we move on right here and look at all of the champion pool as well, apart from like the super cool flashy numbers, because they do a lot of the carrying in the team, look at them. They primarily play a lot of scaling. The Aphelios, the Jinx. You've got Zeri, you've got Yunara, Corki. Like, Miela talks about a lot of fist fighting, but I'm going to say right here, her champion pool doesn't necessarily suggest that.
I also have to say it's kind of criminal that we didn't include the Smolder into the graphic for Clef, because she hasn't like really had the chance yet to play him, but it's of course a champion that I think has to be on the radar, because if it comes down like to a 5th game, of course both of them will have their eyes on these special picks that are like really important for each of these players, that are like really individual. And of course Clef has such a high win rate on this champion that I'm really looking forward if they're gonna be able to bring out more of this early game pressure, or if trouble, just how you said it will go more into like the later stages of the game. If you would have to pinpoint like one of these AD carries, who do you see more as like the favorite for today, Melee? Who would it be?
I think it's super hard because as the graphic also kind of has shown, both of them tend to go for the more scaling picks right now. We know Miela is someone who's also very into the hyper carries. She definitely wants to pick a Jinx every now and then, especially maybe when it's backs against the wall type stuff. But I feel like choosing bot lanes here is also not going to be the factor. It's really going to be up to top side and jungle to win these games. So I don't care which ADC is going to do it, because I don't think it's going to be up to them anyways.
Yeah, okay, quick predictions. Who are you thinking is gonna be the team that in the end is gonna face G2 for like the hope of the last slot in playoffs? Finals.
Oh my God. Only purely from their previous series, I just think SK.A were a little bit more stable, I want to say, throughout the series, and I just saw them a lot more structured. And I feel like particularly their last game in their previous best of 5, they have a lot to learn from in terms of closing out the game more cleanly and more quickly, and I want to hope that they have both reviewed that. So I'm going to give it to SK.A Avarosa, but I think it's going to be a 5-game banger for sure.
Oh, you look very undecided, Melee.
I'm giving it to Solari. I'm gonna give it to Solari. Not only to disagree, but also because I think if Solari has a good day, they have a really, really good day, right? Like they are our Equal Esports Cup finalists. This is not a team that has struggled a lot in the past. They were solid the entire time. Yes, they have to kind of find ways to, you know, make it more constant within the series, but they are a very strong team.
Damn, that Hui has been permabanned for series on end. I was actually thinking that maybe we see a Sion B1 because it is a very contested pick, particularly at Worlds as well. I think it's one of the most banned champions, and Pivotless does sport that champion over on the top side of the map, but particularly locking in that Hui here means that you are outranging primarily most of the meta champions. I can't play over in the mid lane. However, Apollonia responds with her own pocket pick right here, bringing out the Mel again.
There are so many shots getting fired.
I'm just glad it's not Mel AD carry for Clef again. You know, I'll give it to SK. Thank you so much for, you know, not letting that happen again, because that was atrocious for Clef to play that champion, because she's used to better, you know.
I mean, the Yunara, I love to see the Yunara, yeah.
No,
there is it.
No
I mean, we got promised.
Okay.
We got promised that there won't be the Smolder so early. Why?
No one promised
Miela is
anything.
fuming right now. Miela is really fuming because she made like this like big statement, and Clef instantly game 1, just time to Smolder, just time to flop.
But look, no one promised anything. That was Miela throwing the shots, and this is Clef's answer. And you know what? I take it. I take it any day of the week.
You know what? I really like the Smolder right here. They've got the range, they've got the scaling. I feel like whatever SK Avarosa throw their way, I feel like they have a very good core from the sort of Solari. Not only in terms of just like, we've got the range and the scaling, but they have like pretty good wave clearers as well. So Smolder plus Wave can actually win you so much time to scale into the game, because it just end on end, just perma wave clear the lanes. So it's really difficult to push, particularly look at over on the other side, Yunara, not the longest range AD carry that you can have. So very easily punishable by things like the Hui and the Smolder that Solari have also picked. Now, I will say that with this Braum being picked right here, that's a fantastic way to sort of like push the Smolder and the Leona underneath the tower, right? It's a counter lane from the sort of SK Avarosa. However, I want to see just a little bit more engage. So eyes on the Wukong, on the Jarvan for Trez, to see if they can generate some sort of pressure in the early game for SK.
Yeah, and it's still really great that like all of these junglers are still open, because we're still in the first game. We have seen teams struggle a bit to find some suitable jungle picks the later the series got, because now you have like all of them still on the buffet, so you kind of try to focus first on the way, on the Smolder, get like as many strong picks, individual picks as you can get out of here. And of course, Shinzao being the first one getting banned. I mean, we have such like scaling compositions on both sides again, Smolder Way against Yunara Mel. Is this gonna be a typical Solari 40+ minute game? Just right off the bat?
I mean, potentially, but right here I'm seeing the Sinzao ban. I'm like, okay, SK Varus are looking for Javan, straight up. It just makes utmost sense right here, particularly for camping around Lilith on that way. You push on a tower, you get the initial flash, you maybe visit again. The Sinzao flash is like a huge indicator, and I would be very surprised if Solari actually, particularly with the Wukong ban right here, they don't just ban it as a second one as well. Oh yeah, the Javan gives it even more, sorry, the Poppy even gives it more away.
No pivotless gaming, goddamn.
I mean, she's got to keep it for later stages. I think the Poppy is one of the safer backs against the wall picks as well, right? It's interesting how much is really only the jungle pool that has been focused. Poppy, of course, the flex pick, but now with the Javan being banned, I wonder what they're going to go for. I think Trundle might still be an option, especially because that's very along the lines of what Trez enjoys playing. And the question then stands what Solari want to pick into it, if that's indeed the choice, because I feel like a lot of jungle picks, especially if we look towards carry junglers, suffer when they have to face Trundle, because he's just going to bonk them out of the game at some point. So that's going to be very interesting, but let's see what SK wants to go with first.
I'm wondering if apart from Trundle, you're looking at all, I was about to say, she's played the Nocturne before in conjunction with the Mel. So I was looking if they're gonna feel like they can use the Braum in the early game to sort of guarantee that this Nocturne perma full clears the jungle, or even get like a cheeky invade depending on what the matchup is on the side of Solari. So I'm looking right here to see what potentially you could play into this. Naafiri, not one of the best options, and I know that Thorn really likes to angle towards Naafiri. However, into the Nocturne, it really does suffer. Jack's been locked in. I'm assuming that will be the jungle right here for Thorn.
Yeah, we have Thorn and Pivotless kind of seeing it play, but Thorn had some really, really good like Jax games in the group stages and also in the EC. It also works wonders against like a Mel that has to auto-take, against like the Yunara that kind of wants to auto-take. So it's a very interesting option that is like very individual again to Thorn. Now there's only like our potential top lane missing, and I love that during the interview
It
that
has
like
to be a Sion.
yeah, Pivotless was like, yeah, we're gonna see some spicy top lane picks, because of what I asked. He was like, yeah, if you think that Poppy and Sion and Orin is spicy, then there will be a spicy top lane pick. Yeah, and I take it. I see them as spicy as long as Pivotless plays them.
I love, though, that we get to see some of the picks that we've already been raving about on the pre-show a little bit now with the Yorick cover as well. I think that's something that's very comfortable for LySIA. I just quickly wanted to point out again, okay, it's Dior, never mind. Still comfortable for LySIA because she's been playing this up and down all year long. What I actually wanted to mention is that already in this game one, we have 7 jungle bans, right? And I think that shows very much where the priority lies for both of these teams.
Yeah, also might be the case that both of those junglers fell into 4-5, right? There wasn't really much else to ban around anyone else. I'm going to say Pivotless and LySIA taking a backseat here, right? We actually highlighted both of them as some of like the unseen stars and heroes for their teams. But I feel like particularly here, I freaking love the Ornn, especially the second I see the Braum. There has been a lot of cases, listen, I've watched a lot of LR games where like your only engage is flash R on Braum. But right here, you've got Nocturne, you've got the Ornn. Ornn ult in conjunction with Nocturne ult is fantastic because you can't see where the Ornn horn is coming from, right? So they actually have some really, really solid engage. And I love how there's some sort of early game plan for SK.A Avarosa. For Solari, I just don't see it. It's just everyone is scaling top to bottom for them.
Yeah, we have seen that Solari has been like kind of decoded by some teams before, that if they're really like going for like this hardcore scaling games, that they just got taken the game away in these early games. Now that we see both of these drafts, do you still stay with like your guess of going with SK.A Avarosa, Mila? Are you happy with what the girls drafted?
First of all, I was going with
she
Solari.
went for Solari. Yeah.
And I will stick with that 100% because I believe in the clef effect. Also, Smolder, so we're good. I'm fine over here. I do, however, see a little bit of an issue when it comes to putting them on the timer. I think SK has great tools to punish them in early games, so let's see if they can make that work. Otherwise, with Wei and Smolder, you'll be fine after minute 25.
It's the core of the clan effect of like putting all hopes and dreams of your team onto the shoulders of a late game scaling ADC. This is like basically the definition of the term of the clef effect, and it will definitely be in play if this game goes over the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's time that we're just going to see how on earth it's going to play out, because this is one of the most interesting games so far. We're going to decide who's going to face G2 Hell, the giant that has been slain, at least for once, by Eterna, even though it was close, but they have been slain. Now they need to look for the next objective, and it's going to be a big question whether or not SLYA or SK.A are actually going to make it work. But it's up to them. They have to play it out, and they will on the Rift as we're stepping into our first game of the day. SK Alvarosa facing off against SLYA Academy. And it is all about making finals and facing G2 tomorrow to actually make that dream come true. And I mean, I already said I'm sticking with SLYA, but Trouble, how confident are you in your choice here?
Well, SK Alvarosa are really happy actually with what they have composed so far here. I really like the fact that SLYA have gone for like the full-on late game. Like literally, you go 40 minutes in the game, 3 items, 4 items, you're unbeatable, right? You've got the range, engage, disengage, like a full mixed profile, burst, consistent. Like, you've got everything. That SLYA Academy team has everything. What it doesn't have is a bridge. That early to mid game can so easily get disrupted by things like the Nocturne, things like Yunara, Ornn, Braum. They're just really good at skirmishes and scrappy fights, right? So this is the only thing I'm worrying about right here. If I'm SLYA, how do you really contest those earlier objectives? A sort of handshake between the first Void Grubs and the Dragon. Because right here, you can take your Braum, you can late game invade, and suddenly this Jax has kind of no other option but to FF the jungle.
Yeah, not much else you can do. And that is also something we have seen a lot, not only with Trez, but also, for example, with Sheena, who's very much known to live in enemy jungle. Sheena of G2 Hell has shown how that can work and how that can disrupt the entire flow for enemy jungler. So let's see how Thorn will handle the situation, if she will actually step straight into enemy jungle, which could be an option to split the map right away. But there has, of course, been a ward placed on the side of SK to make sure they are well aware of that, which now they will be as she's stepping right into the ward. But we can see some bot lane action as well, as Clef is getting stunned, taking a lot of early damage here, has to be a little careful.
Wow.
Ends up being okay, even though she's forced into an early backport.
That was a fantastic trade right here. And of course, you know you're actually going to get pushed by Yunara Braum. But also, if you look over a little bit above Clef and Aussie, there is a Nocturne that's been clearing around the jungle, right? Luckily for Thorn right here, she has been able to sort of breach her way over on the top side of the map in her blue side jungle and enemy right side jungle. However, Trez is primarily playing around that bot side, so Clef really needs to respect that, because yes, Nocturne is a level 6 champ, but if you fall super low, you are very, very diveable.
You can see the TP from Clef now coming through. She will be able to pick up 1.5 minions there, something like that. But of course, already not a great start with Miela getting
Don't look
ahead.
bot, yes. Don't look bot.
Never, yeah, never. I mean, you know, I never look at my own CS when I'm playing bot lane, so maybe that's part of the issue, as they are, again, under a lot of pressure. And we can see some of that early Yunara damage coming through. As now Pivotless and Lysia are going in the first 1v1 situation. Knock-up will hit. Now Lysia will be fine, though, trying to heal herself a tiny bit.
I will have to say, I feel like Sion is probably the most busted champion in League of Legends right now. I feel like the damage that he provides, the tankiness, the frontline, the engage, the disengage, how versatile he is in terms of it being a side lane champion, but also a very tanky champion for team fights. I feel like he's an all-arounder. He's like maybe just a slightly better version than Ornn. However, Ornn also, again, synergizes very nicely with the Nocturne. When the lights go off, you can never see where the goat is coming from, right? So we'll see if Lysia can actually land some really good ultimates when Trez actually pulls the trigger to go in. So far, so good for Trez. Again, going back to her first Raptor camp that she started, which is not initially hers, but she made it hers. And the plan for Nocturne is basically reach level 6 as fast as possible and try to punish any of the side lanes. Now, the side lanes in question right here, I would have to guess it's probably Clef and Aussie on this Smolder and Leona duo, since Miela and Kiana have been doing such a fantastic job at depriving them of CS.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've heard it in the interview. Miela is very hyped to play against Clef, because they are both known to put on the carry pants, especially in the later stages of the game. So let's see which one of them has the better scaling pick. You see the first dragon now, of course, also spawning on the map, and that also kind of points towards a direction of maybe making a play towards bot lane in case you want to go for that first neutral objective here.
Yeah, I feel like in general, anything towards the bottom of the map surely belongs towards SK.A Avarosa. They've been getting insane amounts of push over on the bottom of the map. Clef uses the flap. Might have to flash here. Aushi.
Oh, Aushi. Extremely low. Comes in with the heal right on time in order to stay alive. But SK are not looking to make it any easier for them on that bot lane. First plating will now go over to SK as well. And we can see Trez, of course, in the Drake pit. Everywhere else on the map, it kind of seems calm. Apart from bot lane, that's where the action is at.
Yeah, I mean, if you look on the mid lane as well, Apollonia has created a 7 CS difference right there between herself and Lilith. So mid lane doing really, really well. Bot lane doing fantastically well with around a 15 CS difference between Miela and Clef. And again, you want to try and force the Smolder under tower as much as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing. This is why the Brom pick right here is 9,000 IQ. Because you don't necessarily need the engage through your bot lane. All you need to do is make sure that the Smolder does not play laning phase. And so far, so good.
Yeah, 100%. Also, the interactions with the Yunara especially have been very beautiful to watch ever since the beginning of Yunara coming out. Brom was one of the most played combinations there because you can just stay safe. Stay behind Brom and you're okay, especially as Yunara. So we're in for a treat here if they can play that out well. Trez, again, back on her way to the enemy jungle. That's her camp right there. And she's gonna go for it.
Yep, that's the third time. These Raptors have been taken away, not by their jungler. That's fine. Very, very close to level 6. Just hit it for Trez. And now the Nocturne's becoming scary. You're suddenly swapping Brom plus Yunara over on the top side of the map. Surely they can also play around Void Grubs. Usually, when your jungler spends a lot of time taking a neutral objective, they kind of fall behind in terms of CSing because they don't have the time to clear that fast. But because Trez forced Thorn out of the jungle, Thorn took extra longer to get to the camps that she wanted to start with, right? So right now, level 6 onto Trez, just about level 6 onto Thorn right now. And the Nocturne does have the advantage if SK Avarosa want to play around the Void Grubs, which I'm assuming they probably will because they have the push top side.
Both of these teams have gone for the lane swap as well. So we're definitely looking at a little bit of a possible fight here. Let's see how mid lane turns out to be, because right now that's a bit more of Lilith's territory. So if she has the chance to move, it could get a little sticky for SK, but we can see Trez roaming away, not necessarily wanting to stay inside that tri-bush for the moment. Instead, she's looking to move more into the river.
Another push top side. Trez gonna clear that control ward over in the mid lane. Apollonia, all she has to do is shove the wave, crush it under tower, get that push through mid. They have the push through top, and they can actually start the Void Grubs if Trez wants to right here. Clef could be getting engaged on here by the Nocturne, but the flap is gonna take her a little bit further back onto the tower. So Trez instead is just gonna start the Void Grubs.
I think it's the right call. Do not force anything, because yes, on paper, SK do look stronger. But we see a lot of teams struggle with really knowing when they're scaling, when their iting spikes really set in. So I think it's a good choice to just go for these Void Grubs as they are uncontested. We can see Thorn in enemy jungle, or like enemy jungle, rather bot side jungle. It's not the enemy jungle, but it might as well be with Trez being around there all the time. As we can now see top lane, maybe a little bit of an engage happening again, standing behind Brom. Glacial Fisher coming through, not quite going to be enough. Heal from Aussie again. Very nice, in order to keep them safe.
Yeah, so much pressure coming out of Miela and Kiana. Clef having a really hard time in this bot lane. About 23 CS behind on the Smolder. Having the call right there to try and basically claw back your way a little bit with some extra gold that the item gives you. But it is going to be the Yunara and Brom show for the time being. And I feel like SK also really need this, right? They have a composition that does get outscaled in terms of damage and ease of execution later on from the SLYA Academy. So for them to be able to win this game, it has to end by around the 30th minute mark. They need to have pressured the Smolder early on so it doesn't get to those 2-5 stacks super quickly. And also you need to get the Yunara ahead to be able to push champions like the Scion in these early game fights and be able to get through him And so far, so good. They've been doing a fantastic time. Really nice switch right here as well. Lisa is going to head over to the top side of the map, and Miela and Kiana is going to walk bot again.
I think Pivotless also feels quite comfortable in her position, though. She's going to pick up another plating here. She already has accumulated a nice little lead for herself on that Sion pick. Again, we saw her having a great time with that specific pick in the last series. So let's see if she can do it again. Overall, it's still relatively even. Only a small gold lead towards the side of SK.A Avarosa. Good news for them, they got both neutral objectives, which kind of puts SLYA in a position where they want to contest something at some point. But they are definitely waiting for their first spikes to set in. Let's see how much longer it's gonna take.
Yeah, I don't think they can actually contest the next dragon. Blackfire Torch coming through from the Mel in the mid lane. Apollonia having her first item right here is very, very important. And as you can see, Trez is literally beelining that dragon. Pinging it, beelining it. Bot lane has been pushed because of 1v2. Sion all alone down the bottom of the map. And the best part about having those priority lanes is that your lanes don't have to move to the objectives. They can literally just keep pushing as Pivotless here.
Pivotless is doing some work. She hits straight onto Miela now. Kiana has to pull the Glacier Fisher a little bit more of a defensive move here as they are now firing away. She has to flash away. Here comes Thorn stepping further forward with the flash coming in as well. That's the first blood going over to the Jags. And of course to the blue side, but the trade is coming in straight away with SK, of course, picking up the dragon.
That's a huge pick. That's a Trinity Force champion that Thorn is playing on the Jax. Getting those 300 gold will get her to her power spike that much faster. And I feel like Miela and Kiana, you know, the ADHD that we're talking about just came through, pushed a little bit more than they could, taking tower shots on the tower, trying to kill a Sion already. I mean, all you have to do is basically just focus the tower building. If you can't, wait for the next wave to push in. And then you got your first item, Clef, under pressure.
Ooh, they're trying to do it on top lane as well as the Solar Flare kind of saves Clef's life here. She manages to step away to safety, but very nice engage there from Lysia. And we can see some of the power coming through from that Ornn pick as well.
I mean, Lysia was kind of like, hey, you think only Pivotless can do that on Sion? Let me show you how Ornn does it too. Grabs a smolder right there. Doesn't manage to get the kill or at least a summoner, which is a good thing for Solari and of course Clef. Another push coming through from SK.A Avarosa and the switch with Clef heading always towards that bottom of the map, trying to catch the wave. And again, when you have tanks over in the top lane, you're more than happy to sort of sacrifice a little bit of farm, especially when you have like really nice scaling champions on your team and you can actually FF some of the farm and give it to them. It's exactly what's happening right here for Clef. Clef might walk up a little bit too far. Yeah, and if she can land the Q or an auto.
Oh, that could be awesome. Solari are under a bit of pressure as Mom is coming in. But it's not quite enough damage yet, at least not to hit onto AOC. I think they should have gone for Clef, but she's of course mobile with the flap. Always making her way out. They keep the pressure up, but that's not gonna be a kill for the moment.
Yeah, another pushed wave. They're gonna ward around. This is Thorn's jungle timer as well. She just cleared towards the bot side of the map. Has been seen over on the Raptors as well, so they will know that the Jax is somewhere around the bottom of the map, and especially with Aussie moving up to clear up outwards towards the river. Seeing the way also roam. They do know that something's going on towards the bottom of the map, so as long as Kiana and Miela stay a little bit more safe, pushed back, they do have Trez around. Nocturne ult available. I would like to see a little bit more proactivity, I'm not gonna lie. Now that first item, of course, is completed onto Nocturne, we might actually see Trez send it somewhere, and I think that somewhere definitely has to be the Smolder.
And therefore, looking
still
for
around.
Solari are doing a good job trying to stay safe underneath that turret as well. Now Trez, of course, is getting seen in that tri-bush, and that pulls Clef and Aussie only further underneath their turret, so no action here for the moment.
There we go, Blade of the Rune King fully completed for the Yunara. We've got about 50 seconds for that Rift Herald and the insta-switch coming through from SK.A Avarosa. They actually know that, again, having the push, they need to get as much off of the map as they can in that early game to try and force early fights. But when Solari doesn't really have the third item completed yet, and they're way underway of achieving this, right? They've got the Void Grabs, they've got the 2 early dragons, 140 for the next dragon. To start stacking that, they are eventually going to force Solari to fight them. And without their ideal amount of items in the inventory, the big power spikes that we're talking about for Wei and Smolder, SLYA is really gonna suffer going up against that SK.A Avarosa team. The only thing, again, that worries me is that this Nocturne is almost level 10. I don't think I've seen a single ultimate go down from Trez.
But you know what? Sometimes that's good because, you know, people say if the first ultimate doesn't result in a kill, it's over. You know, then it's GG and you can just stop playing. So maybe...
Who says that? Who feeds you these lies? Who says that? Who says that? Tell me who says that.
Who says that?
Tell me, I'll DM them right now.
Prime League chat. I'm telling you right now, it's the Prime League chat, and I should not listen to them. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I wonder why I ever thought they are actually true about something. You know, but you know, I got to learn from my mistakes and theirs apparently, and see if there's another way to handle the situation. What we can see right now is that SK are, of course, straight up at that Baron, in the Baron pit. They're looking to pick up the eye as well. Glacier Fisher has come through, but here comes Mom, and they're looking for an engager on the side of SLYA Academy. Lights are going out, the paranoia hits, but that's Clef with a kill against Kiana, and now Tress is on the pressure too, from Pivotless off to the side. She's trying to buy some space again as Miela has to go over the wall, but very nicely played here by Apollonia as well, forcing out another flash. A lot invested on both sides, but in favor for SK for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a head scratcher because it felt like SK.A Avarosa could have potentially played a little bit more aggro past the Sion to try and get onto Clef, and then Trez doesn't really go also for Clef in the backline. They just prefer to kill Thorn. I feel like bot lane was a little bit of a fiesta because I feel like Ornn cancelled the Hui TP and then Hui cancelled the Ornn TP. So it was a little bit funny in terms of an interaction right there. Oh yeah, the observers, you're fantastic. So Ornn cancels the TP from the Hui, and then Lycia stops on a control ward and gets her own cancelled as well.
I love that.
Okay. Unlucky, I guess.
Just a bit of a handshake here.
Unlucky.
Crazy flash though. Crazy flash from Lilith to make it out of that one. But yeah, definitely leaves some open questions as we can see. SK.A Avarosa now, of course, pushing further forward. They do have the 3 Void Grubs as well. Haven't really given that too much attention as we haven't really seen any turrets go down, but now we can see that in action. Paired with the Herald, it's going to be very interesting to see where they want to place it. Preferably on that mid lane, but you never know. Maybe they want to push in sides as well, as Tress is going back to her favorite jungle camp, which is, of course, the enemy chicken
The
nugget.
Raptors. Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's the one that spawns the fastest, right? So when you have it cleaned up on rotation, you can actually farm it much faster on rotation, as well as Miela and Kiana are putting, again, a lot of pressure down bot lane. Trez is around if they do get engaged upon. But again, for SLYA, the engaging factor is not very easy unless you have the Leona around. But now that Alsti has actually joined the chat, you see SK.A Avarosa slowly but surely backing. Now, the problem for SLYA is that in 4 minutes' time, they're not going to have 3 items to fight for this Dragon Soul. They're not potentially going to have a second item either. As you see, they are struggling a little bit. They're not that far behind. However, SK.A Avarosa have been milking the map fantastically well. As Saj is going to drift his way around. He'll be fine.
Top laners. Love that. Yeah, but I agree. I
would sing you the Tokyo Drift soundtrack, but I will probably gonna get DMCA'd, so I will not. Also, I don't know the words for it because I think it's in Japanese, so never mind.
Yeah, let's not do it. But I think what you just mentioned shows very well that SK are aware of the timer that they're on, right? We've talked about how they want to finish the game before minute 30 in order to make sure they don't have to face Smolder and Hui in their entire glory, right? And we can really see it becoming reality with how they have been pressuring the map, how they've been aggressively playing towards these objectives. Apollonia is going to set up a nice kill here as well with the help of Trez. Root coming through, so not really much that the passive can do. And now you've said it, the Herald could be an angle here. I don't think they will need it for that tier 1 turret. That should end up going down anyway. Someone will possibly tank a shot, never mind. And now they can keep the Herald and maybe even move it towards that mid lane if they want to set up for Atakan or maybe even the next dragon, even though that might be a little late for the Baron.
Yeah, I was thinking with a Jackson bot lane, you could potentially pop Herald right here and play for top tier 1 and tier 2, but because Hui showed up on the wave and cleaned up the wave really fast, it's just actually very difficult and dangerous to walk up to that top lane tier 2. So nice decision making right here. They just take that kill, they take the tower. 2 minutes, and 35 seconds for the next dragon. It's going to be theirs. And now they're gonna probably take the Herald towards mid. It's pretty much a bop from the Rift Trail, and it's gonna fall down, which will give a lot of vision for SK.A Avarosa right now to play through that Nocturne and Orb combo that we've been talking about.
So far, they've been doing a really good job as the Glacial Fish comes through. Hits onto Clef, but she has to flash over the wall, manages to make it out, but that's a very dead support on the side of Solari Academy, which of course puts SK at a numbers advantage. We can see immediately the Herald is being spawned. It will hit the turret. That turret should go down. There's not really anything that can stop that from happening, as now Trez is running straight into Pivotless phase. Let's see if they can work a little more here, but Pivotless, of course, very tanky. Not much that she will feel from that. Had to use the ultimate to escape, but SK are still setting their sights towards that Atakan. And we know how Atakan works. You know, you can never be sure if this is a good or a bad choice.
That is a 3,000 gold lead. 2 items on Mel, 2 items on Yunara. They clearly have the wallet advantage here for the side of SK Avarosa. So they're trying to see if maybe Solari will overextend, expend a few of their teleports. And that they did. Clef TP'd all the way towards that bottom of the map. Ideally, you would want some more TPs to come through, like this one, for example. Ooh. Really nice macro rotation from SK Avarosa. However, Trez is getting caught here.
Yeah, she's caught behind enemy lines, has to flash over the wall, but no one cares. Thorn just flashes after her. That's a big shutdown for Pivotless. And she, of course, has been the difference maker in some of these games, so maybe this shutdown will actually do her very good.
Yeah, but now it's 25 seconds without Smite. Starting the Atakan right here, maybe for Solari. Could be a bait for SK Avarosa. Just walk up, cash in on a few shutdowns, and start turning the game around. A 3,000 gold lead that has just become a 2,000 gold lead. And Solari are just taking a bit of control over the bot side river. Even though they don't do the Atakan, next shutdown's going to be spawning soon. So those wards are definitely going to be super worth it for them.
Yeah, and I think it's the right choice to say, you know what, let's reset, regroup, and then actually be there in time to really play for that Drake, set it up nicely, because it is the soul. You don't want to give that one over uncontested. On the other hand, SK back on the map as well, looking to gain some vision, regain some vision rather. And I think this could be a deciding factor, this next fight. You can see the range coming through a little bit, but it's very, very hard to tell as they're now standing inside the bushes looking for something. They will find AOC here. Glacial Fisher immediately coming through. The lights are going out, but here comes the call of the Forge God. Let's see how much more SK can actually get as Miela steps forward. She's in the ultimate. She can snipe from left, front, and center. She's getting the double kill as Pivotless is now stepping. Backline is her target. Apollonia ends up going down, but Miela can just fire away. Clef and Thorn immediately dropping extremely low as Pivotless is trying to buy some more time, but with Clef dropping so low, I don't think they can play it. I don't think Solari have what it takes, at least not in this moment, but they really want to get that kill onto Pivotless. They're even flashing forward for it, investing so much just to take down the Scion eventually. It's another kill for Miela. But is it enough to actually go for the dragon? I fear it's not gonna work. Nice interrupt there with the passive. And I think that gives both teams the option to regroup. As we are looking at this replay, we can see the trigger is pulling inside that bush. Call of the Forge God hitting nicely. Trez following up, going straight onto Lilith. And now we gotta look at Pivotless. She's trying to bring so much time here for Thorn and Clef to make it out. They have to run for their lives in order to get away from Miela. Sadly, it's just not enough damage to capitalize off of the work that Pivotless did. But we're back with another fight, and here comes Clef. She does have what it takes with the stacks being there. But again, Miela is on a rampage. She's pulling out so much damage. In the end, it's a double kill for Apollonia as well. And that sets up SK not only for the Atakan, but also to prep maybe towards a Baron in 1 minute, because the dragon has gone over to Solari.
What just happened right there? An overextension from Solari. They get called Scion suddenly going in.
They're looking for a little bit more here. I know Pivotless is trying to buy time, but Thorn is not on the map. So not really any chance for them to actually contest it, as the Call of the Forge God is coming through, but will not make it back to the designated target. And that means SK have to go for the retreat.
Great play right here. Catching Solari, overstepping their welcome, grabbing the Atakan. Kind of unlucky for SK Avarosa to not be able to commit for the Dragon. Of course, after they lost this fight, they were a little bit too late to the party. But let's watch this one more time. Solari take the Dragon instead of backing and banking a lot of that gold that they just got, or controlling the map, because 3 waves are pushing against them, right? They just overcommit to a banana bush, they get outnumbered, and they end up losing the Atacan for that now. Levels, damage, everything going towards the side of SK.A Varosa right here. Double Needless Large Road for Apollonia, 5, 1, and 2 on the Mel. And even though it's not necessarily the most meta pick that we have seen lately, I feel like for Apollonia, it's one of her signature champions that is more than willing to pick into pretty much anything mid.
She's definitely been showing up massively on the pick. 5, 1, and 2 in this game alone. But I feel like it's more of a typical carry type game, right? We can see Apollonia shine, we can see Miela shine on that Yunara pick. Last time we were raving about top jungle, who are of course important to set up their carries for that. But it's definitely up to either Clef or Lilith on the other hand as well to find a way back for Solari into this game. Baron now on the map. No one's really willing to pull that trigger. We can see LySjA making her way through the river. As Pivotless is still on that bot side. She does have TP available, so if she wants to, she can always TP in, but we can see LySjA is kind of hovering. The call doesn't seem to be very clear. Do we want to go for Baron? Do we want to stall a little bit? What is the plan?
I think the plan is just push out waves right now. Stall for Deathcap to come through for Apollonia. I'm pretty sure that in 2 minutes time, until the next dragon, she should have that big 3rd item spike right here. She's 3,000 gold up onto this way. But right now, they're kind of baiting like a 2-1 power, but they're going in.
That was a nice try there, going on to Clef, but the follow-up was not quite there as Mom is now coming through as well. Miela has to be a little bit careful not to step too far forward, but she's going to pick up 1 kill at least. Here comes the TP from LySjA straight into that mid lane, but we can see Pivotless beautifully matching that immediately. However, it is still a numbers advantage for SK.A Varosa. Maybe Pivotless can catch Trez here on the side. The ultimate doesn't quite hit the designated target. And now they have to be careful. We can see a reset for Miela coming through. She might be looking to get those boots. There are the Berserkers, which of course gives her a little bit of a better setup when it comes to moving across the map. But it is always still in favor of SK.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the better mid-game comp, right? We talked about Solari, 3 items plus, and you kind of insta-win the game. You've got the extra range, you've got fantastic damage, you've got a fantastic front line. It's a very easy game. Solari managed to do 3 to 4 items, fantastic, but how they're going to get there? Ornaments are starting to come through. The upgrade on the Infinity Edge, the upgrade on Bloodlet's Curse, Death Cap in the inventory for Apollonia as well, and 50 seconds until next dragon is going to be Soul for SK.A Varosa. And I just want to mention right here that this is not just Soul. If a fight goes down, if Solari want to fight this, if they don't want to give away the Soul for whatever reason, when they can't necessarily really contest for it, you lose this fight, you could potentially lose Baron as well.
I'm afraid you might actually lose the game from it, because even though the gold lead hasn't grown massively, I feel like once SK take over control at this point, the death timers aren't too low. So you might actually be able to push it further, especially with the 3 Void Grubs. We can see a lot of ultimates coming in. Call of the Scorch Guard hitting onto the enemy support, and that's immediately the target they want to commit onto. As we can see Sion coming in from the side. Maybe now, with the help of Clef, they can try and fight this, but she's not in the right position. They just cannot find the right targets. She has to fire over the wall. As Thorn is now stepping in with the Grandmaster at Arms. They are trying to buy some space. Maybe give the chance to Clef and Lilith to play it with the range, but it's not quite working out. The damage is there, but it's never enough to actually go for the execute. Here comes the double kill with Apollonia's ultimate. Absolutely insanely played for SK again. And now there is that spike in the gold lead, and now there is that soul on the map for them.
I'm not gonna lie, man, it's looking scary. 308 stacks, you've got that rapid fire, 3 items on the smolder, SK.A Varosa. I don't know if you know about the Pepe watch kind of emo where it's like, uh-oh, 308, kind of like out of 225. He's already there, but 4 dragons, Soul, Atacan, Grubs, everything going SK.A Varosa's way. However, their problem right here is that they don't necessarily have backline access. I really like that Trez also put her body right there to body block the Sion ult from getting deep inside the team. But SK.A Varosa, you see that once they have actually used their engage tools with the Ornn and with the Nocturne, it's kind of hard to just keep on pressing the issue right here. So once they overextend, it's kind of easy for Lilith plus Clef to play that distance with the range. Apparently,
what?
they pick on Kiana again, and that's a 4v5. This is the bells ringing for Baron.
Yeah, 100%. Also because we mentioned there is no engage on the side of SLYA Academy without that Leona. Baron already almost halfway down. Thorn looking for a way in. We can see Kiana is kind of hovering, looking to zone her. I don't think there is a way for SLYA Academy to contest this. Here comes Mom, maybe a little late to the party, but they can try to still make it work as Clef has to step away. Call of the Forge God coming through. They have to find a way to reposition here in order to maybe at least fight, but it's not going to work. It's a numbers disadvantage, and that's the Baron for SK.
Big moves right here from SK. They have dominated every single neutral objective apart from one dragon. Technically, their job here is done. They won the early and they won the mid. Right now, they just need to use that Baron to really siege the base of Solari. Because it's not going to get any easier from now on, right? They're so close to 3 items Cyan, 3 items Smolder, very close to 3 items onto that way. When these items start coming online, it's going to get that much harder to actually siege without a Baron buff. So they actually, I feel like they need to split into 2 teams. Have Ornn potentially on one side or anyone with a teleport on one side. Well, Ornn in this case. Have Nocturne sort of ping-ponging inside the jungle between the 1 and the 3. And just play double in siege. I don't necessarily really like how SK.A are kind of like letting that mid lane wave die out as they gain that push over on the bot side of the map.
They're looking for a catch onto Pivotless here, but she flashes away. Maybe she can buy some more time until she ends up going down eventually. Miela is dominating, gets the next kill. Pivotless trying to clean the wave at least. That's all she can do in that passive right there. There's not much more that's going to come out of this. They don't have a wave on the spot lane. They could rotate back into mid lane where we can see Trez is doing a decent job at picking up that tier 2 turret at least. And yes, the air is getting thin for SLYA Academy, but I fear it's still not over yet.
Nah, it's not over yet at all. 3rd item for Wei is on its way, and the wave clear is absolutely nutty. Klefke and Coil will be there in the front line, but all SK.A are looking for here is purely one tower. They're going to use both Ornn ult and Nocturne ult to take that tower. Very nice zoning tools right here. Take that inhibitor, back out, and reset. Oh, they can't even
coming
take the
through as well. They
inhibitor.
don't get the inhib here. They will not get the inhib, so that's a lot invested for not actually getting what they desired. Maybe Solari can even look to interrupt some of the backports here. They are deciding to walk away as a unit. Good call, especially because you don't want to leave one of your carries alone. You don't want to leave Apollonia to be killed or Miela to be killed. But man, it feels way closer than it looks. In my books, this Smolder can still win the game.
Listen, man, I've seen that Wei champion turn around a 10,000 gold deficit into a victory. So I'm looking for the 3rd item. 3rd item completed. Bloodletter Curse for the Wei. This champion is truly online, even though we have a Smolder as well. Very close to 4 items, 372 stacks. And the most important thing, 4 items on Cyan. He's going to be that rock solid front line that SK.A have not been able to necessarily penetrate even in earlier on fights. So right here, Pivotless, an absolute wall in front of that Smolder in the way, and let's see if SLYA Academy with one team fight can turn this around.
Yeah, let's see if it's happening right now. As the Glacier Fisher is coming through, Solafreya also right there, but Miela's going godlike. That's a lot of damage coming through from the spiraling spear, but it's not going to be enough to actually kill Kiana off. We can see Lysia looking for an angle here. It is a numbers disadvantage for SLYA Academy yet again, but we're looking at Clef. Clef has to fire away from the backline together with Lilith. Those are the 2 that can make it work, but SK set their sights towards that mid lane inhibitor turret. They won't at least pick that one up, maybe even looking to get more, maybe getting the inhibitor, as we can again see the range coming to play here from Lilith, trying to zone and snipe everyone so that they are forced to retreat from this inhibitor. And it's enough for the moment, but it's still a death stance here.
I have to say, I'm really enjoying the macro movement of SK.A. They left Mel all on the top side of the map. They put pressure over in mid as a 3-man unit. They pushed that down. Then Apollonia on her side, she was pushing the top side of the map. Every single altar tower has been taken. So right now, We're eyeing down the next Baron, 1 minute 40 on the map. SK.A Avarosa still the stronger team right here. Yes, Waze at 3 items, but this Mel is at 4 plus Medjais. Suddenly, there's a GA onto this Nocturne. He'll dive backline, he'll stay alive. Miela on this Yunara, 4 items plus Ornament. So they are actually extremely strong for this time on the Rift. Now they're looking for is just one more time, one more team fight, one more Baron, one more Siege.
Clef now with the LDR as well. Stress is looking from the side, trying to find an angle as Pivotless is again getting engaged here by the Glacial Fisher, but they're looking for it. Here comes Mom, but very nicely mirrored here by Apollonia. The kills are not coming through just yet. Tress with the ultimates trying to buy some space here as well as the first kills now coming through. And a very dead backline. Clef is down. Now Thorn is the next target, has to jump away. That's it. That's a double kill for Apollonia. On the side, Thorn is trying to buy some time. She's trying to jump away as much as she can. Still has the ultimate available, but it's not going to be enough as now SK are TPing back in. They're not looking for the Elder Dragon. They're not looking to wait for the next Baron. They're looking to end the first game right here, right now. And they want to show what the dominance that they have been giving the map for the entirety of the game can do to a game like SLYA Academies, where they just want to play for scaling, where they just want to wait for their spikes, but the spikes are not going to happen right now. This is not a SLYA game. This is SK Avarosa's game, and they will take it home.
I'm starting to feel a lot more confident about my prediction right here. I feel like SK Avarosa played a fantastic strategical game. From the draft, they knew that they had pretty good scaling early to mid. They had their bridge for early to mid. They absolutely used that red side to pure perfection. Every single lane that needed to counterpick, they did counterpick, and they used that pressure. 4 dragons, 1 Atakan, 3 void grabs, like everything on the map, pure domination.
Yeah, 100%. I was very impressed by them just knowing what their timers are, right? They knew they had to put the pressure into the early to mid game in order to make it work, and they did it. No questions asked, and SLYA just didn't get any footing in this game, which is crazy because that was very much a comfortable SLYA comp. So they have to figure out a way to play into this new and improved SK Avarosa roster, it seems. Let's see if they can make it work. We will be right back after a short break to unpack what just happened and, of course, look at the games to come.
shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Run around, run around, run around. Go wild, go wild, go wild. I've been running up, get a little closer. Don't wanna move. I'm getting too close to you. I know that you wanted to. You wanted to. Never wanted you to hold back too much love and won't get you through. And I don't know what to do. Tripping over without you. Always wanted you by my side, but with every day passing by, say seek and you shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. I've been running up, get a little closer.
We are back after an absolute storm from SK Rosa, and Miela stayed 100% true to her words. We got the aggressive early game that she promised us, and I'm really hoping that SK Rosa is able to keep the peace up, because that was just beautifully to watch in the early game trouble.
I'm really sorry, I was muted.
All good.
I kind of want to highlight the draft from what you said, because I feel like it was sort of what led into the early game stomp and the pressure, right? Because even though SLYA drafted fantastically well for that front to back of dreams, 40 minutes, everyone 5 items, fantastic. It was all a dream. If we can pull up the draft right here, you'll see that SK Rosa, not only did they stay true to what is power picks for them, like the melee in the mid lane, but also they found a bridge for that early to mid game. That Nocturne, and again, Trez, we highlighted her in the early game. She is the glue to that strategic early to mid game that gives that advantage to SK Rosa.
Yeah, and I love that it's just like the theme for like the whole series. We said it's probably gonna be the jungle that is be here the most important role, and that's exactly what happened. Because I think also in like this first place, we haven't seen really many team fights in the early game. It was just until like the later stages when they were on like their 3 item power spikes, when there was actually something to contest, like the Baron or even the Atakan, that SK really tried to get into the team fights. And sometimes it looked a bit like SLYA might come back with some scaling, might be able to get some smaller damage out of there. But look here, Apollonia, the moment that she touches Clef for the first time that she gets her to the target, she just completely deleted Clef, and that happened just every team fight after.
Yeah, and I think I also really liked that they were very clear on their specific target selection on the side of SK. Here, beautiful mirror coming through from Apollonia as well, dealing so much damage. And I think you can just very clearly see that they were on the same page when they wanted to commit to whom, because it always looked like the teams were getting split up quite a bit. But SK just always had the communication to say, okay, we're turning here, we're turning there, we're doing this, we're doing that. And I really enjoyed watching that. And we can see they were never really in danger. At least if we look at the goal difference, it was very one-sided for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and I love that these like gold leads didn't just come like through the kills because there weren't that many, but it was the objectives. They got like all the dragons, they got their Atakan, and also we had like 30 CS plus for bot lane and from mid lane coming in. So also like these individual lanes, it really showed the class of SK.A Varosa in this game. And I really hope that maybe with the next draft, Solari Academy is like able to close that gap, because I don't want to see like another game of them where they're kind of just waiting for that minute timer to hit the 40 minutes and 3 or 4 items.
I think it was a little bit of a sticky situation right there, because as Mila mentioned the previous draft, there were so many junglers banned out that I feel like it hurt Solari more than it hurt SK.A Varosa, because we've seen the Nocturne, Pantheon was still in there. Like, you could still have those like early game champions that can really find an impact in terms of like committing into a side lane, making plays happen. However, for Thorn, we know that she's a more like farming, carry-oriented type of jungler, and I feel like it really hurt her pool that the Nocturne got locked in, because she probably wanted to go with the Nafiri, but then she couldn't.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Nafiri. What maybe is now a pick that you're like, Mila, you're like, that is something that we're gonna see? Or what maybe has to happen that we see a Lucian from Clef coming out?
Ooh, I think a lot has to happen for her to pick the Lucian. I feel like she should probably go back to something more along the lines of the hyper carries that would be contested, right? We saw the champion pools before, and it doesn't look like they play a lot of the same things, but that's really because we focused on the tournament itself, right? So it was really only Sivir that both of them have played so far. However, they both enjoy to play as Zeri. They both enjoy to play Jinx. And I think that is something that I would like to come out from Clef, because yes, she's known for the Clef effect, for that late game scaling, I'm going to take over the game type stuff, but I want her to be a little bit more proactive as a carry in the early stages as well, which also means we need a little bit of a more proactive jungle pick that can come in sooner. Because I remember Trouble also mentioned, it took a long time before these junglers actually wanted to gank lanes, actually wanted to look to have an impact, right? And maybe that's something that we need to take away from this game and take into the next one.
Yeah, and I'm also like really feeling for all the Solari fans out there, but don't you worry. The last best of 5 that we have seen from Solari, it also took them 2 games to finally come awake from their slumber. They needed maybe the pressure of having the do or die back against the wall. So I'm still hoping that Solari and maybe Pivotless is going around the team right now, giving out the hugs, preparing the steadfast presence to get Solari back into... She needs to get the morale up again for her team and them to order to make a little comeback here, because that game was like devastating. Does it maybe also make it easier to just go like to the next game, be like, okay, good, draft didn't really play in our favor, early game didn't play into our favor, just go next one, Trouble?
Yeah, absolutely. I think particularly in a best of 5, the first game is sort of treated as a best of 1, right? Like it never happened. We've got 2 more chances at least, right? It's not like you're out, particularly like it is in a best of 1 or in a best of 3, even when you're kind of backs against the wall. Right here, you've got 2 more chances to turn this around. I really love how the Nocturne reflected that the Nafiri couldn't get picked. Now that Nocturne's out the picture, Nafiri ban coming out of SK.A Varosa. I feel like they have done a lot of homework coming through. And I'm just looking to see what Solari is actually going to prioritize over again now on the blue side. Because I feel like Lilith has been very prioritized in general through the draft. So maybe we even see something like the Syndra coming along here.
I feel like the bans haven't changed so much anyways, right? Like I feel like the approach so far seems to be the same. We don't have a side swap, so both of these teams will stay in their comfort zone, if you want to put it like that, right? So I think this first pick is going to be crucial for Solari to see where they want to take it. Maybe actually lock in a jungler early on. Wukong is still open. Go for it, do it. Jarvan is still open. They pick the Qiyana, which is one of the strongest jungle champions in the current meta. Definitely one of my favorites to watch as well, because it was so far gone from the competitive scene for a long time. So I like this. This is aggressive. This is carry. This is something that I want to see.
I'd like to see a Poppy right here. I feel like it's a really nice pick into something like Qiyana. Her ultimate is so underrated when it comes to like on-lane compositions that usually you want to pick around that Qiyana pick as well. And Trez usually plays around this more, again, team-oriented. I'll be the facilitator. I'll sort of like close the gap between what we need for that early to mid game. And I feel like Poppy does really, really nicely into that Qiyana. I love the Sivir pick right here. As Mila mentioned, it's the only pick. Well, technically the only pick that the AD carries share, but AD carries share the entire pool because they play everything pretty much, right? So it's kind of like a placebo shared pool. Let's see if Tres actually wants to go with it. He's going to go with something more traditional, like the Wukong, which can also provide a lot of engage and disengage.
Yeah, and there's definitely, I'm like seeing the layering that is still possible on the side of SK. I would also really love to see something like a Rel coming out, because I think it's just a champion that has also very good opportunities to go against the Kiana with the Magnet Storm, keeping like, if there's a lot of melees, trying to keep the whole team fight very smooth together.
I'd be very surprised if that's not Xayah right here. From the side of Clef. I feel like Xayah versus things that want to dive into the backline, and I'm pretty sure that seeing the Wukong and the Sivir right here, they're most likely going to look something like a Rakan plus Wukong is a fantastic backline. Seeing the Ashe right here, like you're slamming me two super immobile champions to slam Rakan for Kiana, like straight up, and that Wukong Rakan duo is just going to do a lot of damage in the backline.
Yeah.
Look,
and
I have opinions on Ashe, right? I specifically know one player who loves his Ashe and would love to pick it every game if he's allowed to, and people are always like, it's so bad, why are you doing it? And it can actually pop off in the right hands, and it has been relatively strong in the past patch. I
She's
don't
talking about
like
Ruler.
it, though.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, of course. Who else would I be talking about? What do you mean? No, of course I'm talking about Ruler. No, but I just wonder, because it's not necessarily one of the hyper carry picks I wanted Clef to play. So a little bit of a question mark. We do, however, see the Syndra coming through, which is a champion that Trouble has mentioned, as well as something we might be able to see here. They didn't want to go for a support, so let's see if Solari will put some focus on that in order to make sure their Ashe actually has a chance at playing the game, because it is immobile. Pick a Rakan, even pick a Bard. Bard sees an immobile champion and just, you know, it's over, it's done. So let's see what they want to go with.
Yeah, Mao point and click would definitely something that you could benefit on. I mean, the Nautilus would also still be remaining open for both of these sides if it doesn't get banned now. And also the Rel, the Alistair, so much possibilities to just get onto the nerves of Clef with that Ashe. And I also have to say, I love Kiana and like Ryze as a duo because they just bring like so much chaos to the map. I also know a team that has been really, really successful with it, but it struggled so much if just your only real DPS gets one-shotted. And Apollonia, she smurfed so hard that first game. I'm really afraid of Clef's far. Sorry.
No, I can't go by the way. It's fine.
Yeah.
Rel will do. You just need anything that's just gonna go super hard in, try to find engage, and Rel versus immobile champions. Also, Chef's kiss right here. You don't necessarily like Rakan. Yes, he pairs up super nicely with the Wukong, but Rel kind of acts individually into reaching that backline. And so far for Solari, I'm not seeing a lot of all-in potential. Like I'm seeing Thorn on this Kiana. I don't necessarily see a lot of follow-up. I'm assuming the arrow's gonna come through first from the Ashe. Now I see a lot more follow-up with that Nautilus, and I need something that also goes in, potentially something like a Gragas coming through from pivotless.
Ooh. I mean, I would be interested in seeing something a little spicy like that. I'm not sure Heimerdinger is exactly what I'm looking for, but I'd love to see some creativity, right? I'd love to see something along the lines of that, but we're going to get the Mbessa, not necessarily a special type pick or not something we didn't expect. However, I feel like it gives Pivotless the carry potential that she sometimes needs in order to turn plays around. We're getting the hover again. Please pick it, Lysia. Do it for us.
Please pick Poppy. Please pick Poppy. This is the biggest Poppy game I have ever seen.
No,
Mbessa, Nautilus,
you don't
Kiana.
need to pick Yorick. Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm good with that. You know what? As someone who's been rooting for Solari Academy, I like this way more than the Poppy.
No, man. You know what? Screw analysis. If Mila likes the Yorick, just pick the Yorick because he looks cool, man.
No, you have to see it like
screw the fact that Poppy's one of the strongest champions in the game right now.
See it more like as a prediction for the future. Like Lysia is already digging the grave for Solari, so maybe that's like what's gonna come for like the third game. So I also love that Lysia got a bit more confident. That we're seeing her more on the Urgot again. Now she's like, okay, good, second game in. We want to also dominate the early game again. So pick me the Yorick for like that side lane possibility to just push the towers, get the lead, and you still have like such good damage and so many outplay buttons on the side of SK. Meanwhile, Solari, I'm feeling a bit for Thorn because I'm not sure how much she will be able to do with that Kiana if all her lanes are getting pressured by the sides of Solari, by the sides of SK.
Right. So apart from the fact that I'm salty because Poppy didn't get picked right here, I will say that SLYA is a fantastic Yorick in general because you can poke out Ambessa in the early game and actually create a lead through that, which is what Yorick is really good at. And I feel like we've seen SLYA before, particularly in her previous best of 5, she was keeping a Scion on the side lane the entire time. And the whole point of the wombo combo is that you have Ashe Arrow from super far away, Ambessa point click R, you've got Kiana going in, so you've got like this layering of CC that can land so beautifully together with the Nautilus as well. So if anyone steps up from the side of Solari, you just point blank, from SK.A also, you just point blank destroy them, right? So they have a lot more ways to re-engage fights and engage fights from the side of Solari, and they're just making it a little bit easier for themselves to actually play around skirmishes and around choke points.
Yeah, and we will see if that one actually works out as we're going straight into our second game of the day. SK.A Barossa versus SLYA Academy. They are still looking at who is going to face G2 Hell tomorrow in order to play for finals. And I think in my world, this is going to be extremely important to look at the junglers here. Both Tress and Thorn will have a lot of work to do because Clef is more of a facilitating AD carry in this situation, and Miela as well. She will need some time in order to come online in this game. So let's see if they can actually make it work. First game looked very convincing from SK. Now Solari need to clap back, or it will already be backs against the wall.
2 more chances right here for Solari to bring it back. Now, I feel like Apollonia will have a massive target on her back on this Syndra. It's kind of the immobile carry syndrome. The second your flash is down, you're permanently a target. And there's just purely so many tools for Solari to work with, from the Nautilus to the Ashe Arrow. You don't even have to commit. Ashe Arrow and Nautilus are non-committal engages. If you don't catch someone, if you don't want to overcommit, if you don't want to push forward, that's absolutely fine. You test the waters, right? So for SLYA, they have a lot of choices and chances to engage and re-engage fights later on in the skirmishes that I feel like SK.A Barossa, they take one step forward too much. And they'll just get absolutely punished. Now for Lisa right here, she does get to poke Ambessa quite a lot in lane. I think Yorick, particularly in the early game, is such an annoying champion to play against if you're like a pure melee champ like Ambessa.
Yeah, definitely not going to have so much fun. However, I'm really looking towards Pivotless when it comes to the teamfight situations. We've seen her find great targets with the Cassandra in the past. I feel like Ambessa kind of fits in that mold relatively well, where you're just looking for the right ult angle, right? If she manages to find a way into that backline, if she manages to find Apollonia or Miela in those teamfights with that public execution, that could be crucial for how SLYA Academy will be able to play it.
And at least right here, you have a pretty even mid lane. Top lane Yorick is going to push naturally because he does get a lot more poke onto the Ambessa. And bot lane, the Ashe plus the Nautilus, at least in the early game, especially when they can get that level 1 much quicker, they get to push the couple first waves. Need a couple of items right there and a few ricochets on the Sivir, and they can eventually push back. However, SLYA will take a little bit of a beating right there, trying to crash that wave or like establish some dominance over on the top side of the map as she keeps pushing. She will have Trez around in just a bit. And the wave is going to start pushing slowly but surely for Pivotless right here. Not now that the cannon min died. SLYA slowly building that wave up. They could potentially, if she gets enough poke, they could potentially maybe even look for a play towards top side of the map. However, Wukong, not the most active before level 6.
Very interesting to see that both of these junglers are on opposite side of the map. I would be very interested to see where Thorn wants to go. If she maybe wants to go towards that mid lane, trying to help out Lilith a little bit, or if she's looking to maybe at some point go towards that bot lane, give Clef and Aussie a bit of a head start, because we saw last game Miela and Kiana. That was a bit of that ADHD they've been talking about, where they had pushed the entire time. SLYA again takes a bit of a beating here, but should be fine to walk away.
Yeah, it's going to take a reset right here. Cook is really, really strong as well. Pivotless gets to have a lot more aggressive trades, if you will. And by keeping the lane right here, this is fantastic for Pivotless. She gets to play underneath the safety of her tower, or very close to, whilst SLYA has to overextend. There are a bunch of wards in the river to make sure that this Yorick does remain safe. Thorn is going to be clearing over on the top side of the map, and so far so good. I feel like a lot of the action This is gonna come out when you have those level 6s, right? When you got the Bikiana ults, when you can play for side lane with the Rise, you got Cyclone onto the Wukong, and you can actually start making plays. I feel like SK and Verosa are a lot more reliant to their ults to try and make plays right here, rather than SLYA, who just want to actually slowly but surely scale into those two items for Rise, sorry, so you can get a little bit more beefy and walk up.
Dragon now, of course, also on the map for the taking. None of the junglers super interested in that, though. And Miela and Kiana are getting pushed in a little more. So the roles have reversed a tiny bit from last game. I think that's also something that you need to play around with Ashe as well, that she does have a lot of pressure in that early game. I feel like if you play her well, early game is definitely one of your strengths, these first few levels, where you can definitely try and force everyone else out of lane, as we can now see SLYA immediately working around that push on bot lane, taking that first dragon, and feeling relatively comfortable so far.
Very nice right here from SLYA, getting the first objective on the Kiana. The swap's gonna come through, but not quite the swap you were expecting. However, I do see Sivir walking up mid, so we'll see if they actually want to send their bot lane towards the top side of the map for SK Verosa, which I'm assuming that's what exactly they should be doing. They do look a little bit lost because I'm looking at the minimap and I'm seeing a little bit of hesitancy coming through from SK Verosa, but since the dragon has gone over to the side of SLYA, I would really like for SK Verosa to try and get some footing into the top side river and try to at least contest, if not for the entire fight around the Void Grabs, at least get Trez in, smite one, and get out and try to play for your items.
One and a half minutes for the grubbies. Lane swaps coming through. It seems to be relatively calm so far.
Before the storm.
Yeah, really. Like it's not like I expected them to pop off level 1, right? But I don't know. I feel like this is a sign of something bigger to come. It might be 3 little Kevins in a pit on top side. So let's see if that's what will pull the trigger. Both junglers still on opposite sides of the map. So let's see how they will set their timers, as the gold is still dead even.
I feel like the team fights are going to be super entertaining, actually. There's just a lot of gold buttons on both of those teams, right? So it gets super exciting the second they all get thrown in. Again, you've got Nautilus engaging, Ashe Arrow, you've got Rise teeping in, Kiana ult dashes, Ambessa going into the backline. And then on the other side, you've got Apema split pushing Yorick, suddenly Cyclone with Syndra in, Sivir throwing ricochets, Rel finding engages or flanks. I think both teams could get super creative in this particular game, and I feel like generally whoever has the better hands will be winning around those skirmishes, because Kiana, oh boy, man, you know what? I watched Velia play Kiana. I don't want to watch this again. So you actually have to be really good on the jump to play it, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see if Thorn has what it takes to pivot that around.
Thorn, of course, also still super young player, stepping in the spotlight here for some of her first competitive experiences as well. So there is a lot of pressure there to compete on that level. As we can see, they are very confident here with the Void Grubs. No one in sight to contest that. They have push on top lane. Lilith was able to move in as well.
Oh, they might dive
There's absolutely no danger. I'm not sure you want to dive that, though. Oh, Thorn is in the area. Yeah,
I think you dive that.
Oh, well, let's see. We're looking at this mid lane first. But Lilith stays safe. Clone has to be used here by Trez, but she should be fine. And I don't think the dive is actually coming through. Or is it? I don't... Like, these are mixed signals.
There's not enough wave, players, actually, right here. I feel like for SLYA to dive this one. However, Miela played that super defensively, playing between tier 1 and tier 2, making sure that this actual dive cannot happen, especially with the wave being trimmed out right here. SLYA are gonna crash in another one, and Thorn has pressed the B button 4 times. That was the 4th time, and still nothing. I think she thinks that maybe if she can clear out the jungle, since Wukong is not necessarily making any plays on the map right now, she can actually continue to perma-clear and potentially have an item back in base if she clears one more time top to bottom. So we'll see if Thorn has full item completed on the next base as Wukong, Trez, coming out of base, doesn't have that Trinity Force yet. Quite of an expensive item. And so far again, it's been pretty chill.
It does look a little like, you know, the roles are reversed from last game, though. Last game, we saw SK.A Varosa always going for these objectives, picking up the first neutral objectives one after one after one after one. And this time around, SLYA are looking to be a little better equipped to actually play around those for themselves or contest them later on if necessary. They're definitely putting themselves in a better position to start with. Because overall last game, they just didn't find the right way. First item now completed for Thorn. Does have that opportunity ready. Let's see if she can put in the work on the map as well to help out her team.
Yeah, this is why
for something.
You saw...
Oh.
Let us know.
No, you're good.
You saw why
You're
Thorn...
good.
You saw why Thorn stayed to clear top to bot side, opportunity plus longsword in the inventory. Pretty strong Qiyana right now, looking to play more of a snowbally build, if you will, onto the champion. And I feel like if she really trusts herself to pilot that Qiyana, then it could very much be the case. However, right here, SLYA have taken a lot of control by pushing bot, sneaked into the river, and they've got first dibs onto this dragon. Thorn's gonna take the fruit right here to heal up, and I think like SK.A Varosa need to try and pressure out those waves first, and then maybe see if they can dip into river to try and contest.
Yeah, they're not in the most comfortable position here, but we can see Trez kind of hovering around. She will probably use either the clone or the flash, but it's not gonna be on time as the dragon has already gone over to the side of SLYA Academy. Now SK are moving back towards their respective lanes, looking at what they can do with the minions and maybe creating some push there.
Second dragon completed right here for SLYA. Great start, actually. Especially since they have like such an aggressive team and they can play through it. I feel like SK.A Varosa kind of feel the action that's about to happen. Again, there's just a lot of buttons that can be thrown their way to engage a fight. And it's kind of scary walking into Fog of War if you have not set up an objective to just walk in with the likes of a Sivir and a Syndra. You're very susceptible to getting engaged upon and getting backline dived. So unless SK.A Varosa actually have a setup, hold on, Thorn.
Ooh, that's an ultimate coming through extremely early there, as we're seeing a little bit of what this Qiyana can do. However, positioning not quite ideal as Lilith has to take a bit of a turret shot there. Everyone manages to stay alive, but that was a lot of investments there for that play on mid lane. Hook now coming through onto the bot lane here. Qiyana has to be a bit careful. Might get a little poke in her face, but should be fine in the end.
Apollonia did a really nice trick right there. She got the slow onto Rise, and then she ulted the Qiyana, looking for a Scatter of the Weak that's going to hit multiple people as Trez. She sneaked around multiple people, but they're way too far gone. Clef and Alcy did sniff this one out. I'm not going to say they sniffed it out. They saw Trez walking past her, blue buff straight towards that Hex gate. So it was more than a sniff out. But all in all, SLYA are playing a lot more of a stable game in this early game, knowing that they're better. If they straight up start an objective, they are better at straight up skirmishing. So they're just actually inviting SK.A Varosa to walk through Fog of War into them.
Let's see if they can do something with this Realm Warp here. They're definitely looking to catch Lysia. She has to be careful, but will not make it out alive. That's the first blood going over to the Qiyana, to Thorn. And she should be very happy about that one.
Pretty big right here. First kill going over to Qiyana. Plus 300 for an assassin. Very important. Thorn should be super happy with that. And nice proactivity coming through from Lilith. Taking that Realm Warp through Fog of War all the way top lane. Lysia, zero vision in this river. She was midway to trying to crash her wave underneath the tower. Wasn't quite the case, got cut off by jungle.
Almost 2k gold lead now for SLYA Academy. It's looking very nice for them. Still not something that you cannot match on the side of SK, or that you can't equalize again. But early game so far, very much in the hands of the blue side here. First items coming through for Miela now as well, in form of the Yuntas. But it's going to take her a little longer for that Sivir to come online.
On the other side, you have also Kraken Slayer, Rod of Ages, Opportunity Eclipse. Like, big items are starting to slowly but surely get completed, especially for Ryze. You want to have that item super early to start stacking it on. And Bessa caught here.
Ooh, that's not the best position to be in for Pivotless, but she's trying to trade something back as Kiana's dropping some health. Trez now overstaying on the Tribush maybe a little bit, as we can see Aussie coming off the wall, only hits the hook onto the clone. So that's the good news as the scatter comes over the wall. Manages to kind of disengage that fight here for SK.A Avarosa, who get to stay alive for a little longer. Thorn now very committed towards that Rift Herald though. Let's see if they're actually able to take it uncontested. Does seem like it, as SK are kind of hovering towards that top side, maybe pushing out that wave, looking to pick up a little bit of gold over there. But that's an uncontested Herald in the bags of SLYA Academy.
Oh.
Okay, they're looking for a fight nevertheless. Don't get me wrong, I love to see it, but it's not going to look like it's in favor of SLYA this time, as Apollonia picks out a double kill here. Very nicely done. Root in the end coming through for Thorn, so she can make it out alive.
Fantastic patience. SK.A Avarosa used Apollonia basically as the shrimp on the top side of the map. Kiana and Trez walked back into Fog of War. They were waiting in the bush. They know that SLYA were finishing off that Rift Herald. So what they did is they used the Syndra to push out the wave. They baited Pivotless in, and once Pivotless and Aussie got in, Trez and Kiana showed up on the wave, punished the overextension, and now the Syndra getting more stacks as well. Could be very, very pivotal right there for them. And I was starting to get a little bit scared. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like every single time SLYA walk up, SK.A Avarosa put their hands up and they're like, sorry. We walked into your territory. We're just going to walk out, you know?
Yeah.
It's actually, again, it's actually very scary to walk through choke points versus SLYA. Again, a lot of engage tools coming through from their team. It's not easy to fight them if you're SK.A Avarosa. But if you have full stacks onto a Syndra, you can just 100% to zero anyone from their team.
SLYA definitely looking to contest this Drake, that's for sure, as Thorn now has the arc as well completed. They're looking for a way over the wall here. Thorn is looking for that steal angle. On the side, we're trying to zone. It's not going to be enough, though. No steal coming through, and that's the Dragon for SK. Very important for them to pick that one up, deny that Dragon stacking, and buying themselves some more time.
Good move right here from Thorn. She had the grass Q as well to get into the pit undetected. But unless SLYA had a flank, she wouldn't be able to get back out because she didn't have her flash available. Now SLYA are going to put the Rift Herald down to put some pressure over in that mid lane. SK.A Avarosa are wrapping in quickly. However, LoL with no TP, they cannot fight this from SK.A Avarosa.
And they're looking to, but it's not going to be enough. Good news for them. The turret's not going to go down, even though the 3 Void Grabs were active there for the side of SLYA. They cleared the wave fast enough in order to not let it happen. And I don't think it's going to take much longer for them to actually eventually pick up that turret.
All right. They do a lot of chip damage to it, though. So next available objective, they take down a couple of people. It's going to be pretty easy. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of SK.A Avarosa with the Syndra and the Sivir. So if any of those 2 champions is around, it's kind of really difficult to pressure under tower. Now SLYA, they're trying to take the resets into consideration right here and try to rush this tower down as fast as possible. You see Thorn has a fantastic angle right here as well. Trez is going to spot her, but those Raptors are going to get out of her sight. They can put a couple more auto attacks right here, and great from SLYA, staying for another rotation of a wave right here, taking into consideration the resets coming through from SK.A Avarosa and taking that mid lane tower uncontested.
I mean, look, that right there showed me why I am in Silver and not in Challenger, because I would have greeted so hard to pick up that turret. Like, I don't need a wave for that. Let me tank those 2 turret shots. I'm just gonna yeet, you know, I'm just gonna go for it. Lilith wants to go for a little something of her own here as well, but Apollonia with the range, and of course with Kiana, who's hovering in the bush, she'll feel very comfortable at trying to deny whatever she can in order to force Lilith back. She has already accumulated a very nice little lead for herself here on that Syndra, feeling very comfortable with those 2 kills as well.
Yeah, they've got Miela kind of like on the back foot right here, the receiver of every wave, but now there's 4 people accumulating over on the top side of the map, and Lysia, great respect move right here, walking off of that tier 1, forfeiting that one, especially since you know that 3 members or all 4 of your team are towards the bot side of the map, and you do not have vision on jungle support, and AD started to move from mid lane. Good move right here. She is going to lose a lot of stuff under tower. Or actually, Pivotless, I don't think I agree with that. I would have rather seen maybe since first tower was already down for SK Avarosa, would have liked people to start to deprive maybe or take, allow the tower shots to take a few more creeps off of Lysia. Wasn't quite the case right here. So I think Lysia is going to be more than happy to actually see that big cannon walk up to her and she'll be able to see Asta.
Yeah, but good also from SK Avarosa. They immediately went for the cross-map play here with forcing Lilith away from that bot side. They had the chance to pick up a third of their own as well. So that's two turrets here in this game. So far, Atakan now on the map as well. But we're still waiting 1.5 minutes-ish until the next dragon spawns. Would again be the sole point for SLYA Academy, so I would expect them to kind of prioritize that over the Atakan that has just now appeared on the map.
Item check real quickly right here. 2 items onto Apollonia. She's actually had a fantastic series back-to-back, just purely building advantages through even CS in about 20 CS up onto Lilith on that Syndra. Other than that, slight lead for the set of Clef, 1.3k. An extra half item in her inventory, and I'm expecting now with the reset, a second item complete of Runan's Hurricane, as well as that Kraken Slayer. This Ashe, slowly but surely, starting to come online right here. Second items again getting completed, particularly for the side of Solari. Sojin for Pivotless. Opportunity plus action mark for Thorn. And if I was Solari, I would try to take as much control of these rivers as I can. Again, SK Avarosa walking through choke points, very, very scary with how much engage lies in Solari's hands.
I really like that you mentioned Apollonia because I feel like she has been individually always very, very good, but not really finding a way to get her team ahead throughout the year. They, of course, also made the roster change in jungle coming into this tournament, which was raising some questions, of course, especially because the mid-jungle synergy used to be a strong suit of SK.A last year. But I feel like they finally have found themselves. But now they have to find a way to contest this Atakan if they actually want to, as it's going down relatively quickly. However, Kiana's now going in. That's a beautiful Magnet Storm coming through. And here's the damage output for SK Avarosa. The first is already there. The first kill has fallen as Pivotless now has to look to go off to the side. They're splitting up the team fight, deciding to go for several targets at the same time. Lysia and Apollonia are looking to deal some damage as Pivotless ends up going down. And now it is SK in the driver's seat with picking up the feats of strength as well.
However, Atakan went over to Solari. Thorn lands a 50-50 smite with Trez jumping in literally last minute. So this will be 2 kills for SK Avarosa, sure, but Atakan kind of remains forever. SK Avarosa, I think this is the consolation prize right here, being able to take the second Hextech Dragon for themselves, gonna building, equalizing, sorry, not building, equalizing the 2 dragons between the 2 teams. I feel like still Solari should be really happy with the outcome of this fight, and especially how it went. I'm really surprised that Apollonia managed to stay alive through this because Pivotless did dive the backline. So as we're gonna see this one more time, the 50-50 came through. Thorn lands the smite onto the attack, and look at Pivotless dive straight onto Apollonia, but there's just no reach from the side of Solari, especially when they've used all their engage to try and stop SK Avarosa from advancing onto the Atakan. They just had no more gas left.
I mean,
and
that's
unfortunately, for SK Avarosa, Solari do get the Atakan.
We're taking a quick little breather, of course. That was some action happening in that fight. We can see for a long time there, Solari kind of were slightly in the lead, but it didn't end up working out in their favor in that last fight. However, you already mentioned there are some positive takeaways from that. I just feel like they still have to be careful not to let that happen too much, because we've talked about it. On paper, there is some great tools on the side of SK Avarosa as well, especially if we look towards mid-jungle. That's been working out very well. Miela even getting 2 kills of her own. I think you can feel very, very comfortable if you're in SK's position as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Again, we talked about this earlier. This is going to be a hands diff game. If Wukong can get into the backline, if Syndra can hands diff people by pressing R with full stacks, I guess you could say. Don't know how much of a hands diff that is, but on the other side for SLYA Academy, this is very much a hands diff situation for them, right? Ashe, a very hard AD carry to pilot around the fight, especially when you're playing into things like Syndra, Rel, walls from Yorick, Wukong dive in the backline, Thorn onto this Kiana, one of the hardest assassins that you can actually play into the jungle. You definitely need hands for that. And of course, pivotless onto this Ambessa, who, yes, she's done the most damage dealt so far, but hasn't necessarily been having the best time into reaching the backline and having the backup of the rest of SLYA.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. I feel like pivotless is always kind of that X factor coming in at later stages in team fights, but it's so dependent on positioning, right? She needs to find the right angles, and so far that has been really hard. We also got to mention that Clef has not been a factor at all so far. Like, not even in the one kill that they have was she even a part of. So that's definitely also something I'm looking at, right? What can you do with that Ashe? We've mentioned that she has those 2 items completed. So I'm kind of waiting for her to become a little more of an active part of the team fights. Even if it's just by setting up through an ultimate or slowing people down with the W. I feel like there is a lot of potential in that Ashe pick. We just haven't quite seen it so far.
Yeah, I just like to see that too. Actually, I think you see it a lot in pro play, particularly international tournaments from obviously the best AD carries in the world, right? And of course, when Ashe is a little bit more than just a niche pick, and you see it a lot more in the meta. A lot of AD carries, what they will do every time they reset and they go back into lane, when especially there isn't anything to fight for and they're just going to pick up a wave, is that they'll throw the arrow down mid. And this could actually put a lot of pressure on mid laners, knowing that every single time Ashe resets, there's going to be an ult thrown down mid. So, for example, for Apollonia, this could be a big, difficult thing to dodge and having to potentially blow flash. So I would like Clef to be just a little bit more proactive by just throwing ult a lot more than she has this game.
Well, let's see if they can find a way to do so as we are back in the game. Let's reevaluate what we're looking at. 4 kills on the side of SK.A Avarosa. Drakes are even. Atakan has been taken by SLYA Academy as well as the 3 Void Grubs. So overall, they should still feel very comfortable. We can see the pressure on the side of SK rising. You know, it's not getting easier. Let's put it like that.
Lysia now on the side lane. And everyone's looking for the 3rd item kind of here. This is large rod for Apollonia. That was almost a 2,000 gold lead down to 900 gold. So Lilith has been doing a pretty good time, pretty good run right here as we have another very, very, very short pause, I want to tell everyone. And of course, as we're looking right there, that was 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages for Lilith on this rise. She has just ticked over to that level 16. So this is right now a 2 whole level lead for that rise onto the Syndra. But this is the... that's the Rod of Ages effect. Not much you can actually do. However, I would like to see Lilith now a little bit more involved in these fights, because sooner or later, this Nautilus is going to outdamage her.
Well, it's going to take a few more moments for that to happen. In the meantime, they need to figure out a way to keep that push alive that they have now gotten. Again, gold is dead even. No huge leads here for either side as Lysia is taking some damage here by Pivotless. We can see that mid lane tier 1 turret on the side of SLYA Academy is still standing. I think that's really good news for them. However, it makes it a lot harder for SK.A Avarosa to actually move freely across that map. So they will have to figure out a way to pick that one up sooner or later. Spear of Shojin now completed. Good timing directly before that Baron spawns. And let's see if SLYA are actually looking to go for it straight away. The TP coming in kind of gives us
oh my god, the T1 Baron. Yeah, the T1 Baron coming through from SLYA right here, pulling the trigger. They have to clear around the Baron area though, and there's no control ward, only now it goes down. So not quite the T1 Baron. The T1 Baron would be rise ult, send it, and see how SK.A Avarosa actually replied to it. Thorn's gonna clear out the last remaining vision inside the pit for SK.A Avarosa, sorry. And actually, SLYA are just going to start it right here. They're looking to potentially pull a TP from Lysia, but Lysia does not have her TP available. 9 seconds. They could burn it down for the time being.
Let's see if they can make it work. We can see Pivotless off to the side trying to figure out the way, but SLYA just keeps on pushing. I like this call. I like that SK are telling her to just keep going as the Baron's now dropping extremely low as they are looking to go into the pick. Kiana finds another beautiful Magnet Storm. However, the Baron has gone down. Kiana will end up paying for it with her life as Pivotless is doing so much work in the backline, forcing SK.A away, but SLYA is in the base and she manages to pick up that inhibitor turret.
Damn, the T1 Baron going strong. 25 minutes on the clock. Baron spawns on the map. It's actually instantly a target. Fantastic stuff right here. Solari woke up, they take all the vision, they take the Baron, they pull the TP from Ryze right here as well, and then looking to put some pressure over on the top side of the map.
Let's see, that wave is relatively thin. They are playing guard the cannon minion for the moment, trying to spot everyone who's coming through that hex gate. Are well aware of that particular situation as Pivotless now without TP does have to take a long way up to that top side if they actually want to look to do this as a 5-woman unit. Turret ends up going down. I think that's enough for Solari to call it, at least for here, to say, let's go for that Baron empowered recall, let's regroup and see what's next.
I've just also decided what are the chances that Kiana kills Kiana. Anyway, back to the replay. Again, T1 Baron, 25 minutes on the clock. Purple Worm spawns. Solari walked up, took the vision, instantly started it. They tried to pull the TP from Lisa down bot lane, but this Baron went down so fast, and until SK.A could actually walk up and regain some vision in the pit, that thing was gone.
Let's see if they can keep the pressure up for a little longer. They still have that Baron for another 1.5 minutes. SLYA's taking a bit more of a beating, flashes early, therefore dodges the enchanted crystal arrow as well. And now with the dragon on the map, let's see how much work SK can put into it against that Baron buff. I can see a world in which Solari say, okay, let's see if we can push elsewhere if there's no way into the pits. They're now splitting up SK quite a bit. SLYA off to the side, Pivotless trying to match that. We have to look at Thorn. Will she find a way into the pit? Trez is kind of getting caught here. She's caught behind enemy lines. There is no one near from her team as Kiana finds another Magnet Storm over the wall, looking for it as Thorn pulls the ultimate, trying to play against Trez here, who will end up picking up that dragon. The first shutdown is coming through, and that is, again, for Apollonia. She makes it a double. She wants a little bit more. Maybe
Trez
they can get it as Clef picks up the kill against Miana, manages to stay alive, but not really with a lot of health left as they're stepping forward, playing it aggressively, and Thorn is feeling herself on that Kiana pick. Dragon still available, still up for grabs, and she definitely wants to go for it. Clef, though, extremely low. Pivotless does have vision onto Apollonia, just yet it doesn't connect, so they can now try and kill off Apollonia, or at least force her away in order to pick up the dragon, and that's the sole point for Solari Academy.
Damn, Solari Academy. Clef survived by the skin of her teeth. Trez dives into the backline, but can't quite capitalize on two very low HP targets, which is Thorn and Clef, the two primary carries for the side of Solari. Meanwhile, on the side, Pivotless was zoning out SLYA as well, and let's watch this one more time. Trez in the pit, gets engaged on by support and jungle, stays alive. Kiana ult only hits one, and look at that. R button, Ryze disappears. Magic trick from Syndra. However, Clef keeps autoing the entire time, and Trez just can't find that backline access. Literally a sliver of health left on this Ashe. But if the two carries survive, Solari Academy just clean up house.
3.5k gold lead, 3.4 rather. Not good with numbers. Apparently also I can't read. But it's a lead for Solari, that's what I'm trying to say. Baron buff has fallen off. They're still looking, though, if they can push it a little further. Trez trying to step forward. They're clearing off that wave relatively easy here. SK.A denying that tier 2 turret for the moment. See if Solari want to look to put it on 2 lanes instead. Keep the pressure high here for SK to find an answer.
Now, this is where the problems begin, right? Sieging without Baron, not necessarily the easiest right here. For Solari, there is a bunch of wave clear. 1 Q and 1 ricochet from Solari is all it takes. Sorry, from a Sivir is all it takes. And that's it. That's Ashe ult, that's Nautilus ult, that's the majority of your engage. So it's just really, really difficult to siege without the Baron right here. Solari are going to have to wait about a minute and a half, minute and 20 seconds, less than a minute and a half, to actually get any significant damage done to the outer towers remaining from the sort of SK.A, whilst meanwhile, On the top of the map, Lysia, just listening to elevator music, just pushing out waves.
And she's been doing a really good job at that. We saw it before at that Baron call as Qiyana's now going in with another Magna Storm. And here comes the backline damage. But it's not quite enough. The turret ends up going down. The kill as well. That's Qiyana gone. They find the shutdown against Pivotless, which is very, very nice, especially in the bag of Apollonia, who has been fed to the max now with their 5 kills. TPs coming through. Let's see if that's going to be enough. Not really, but she will be able to pick up the wave here. But Lysia doing a great job on that side lane.
A top laner for support and a tower for a tower. I think SK.A Varosa being behind in gold, they will absolutely take this. And again, it shows you how difficult it is when you've got 3 melee champions and a Ryze, who is particularly a very short-ranged champion, how hard it is to siege into Syndra plus Sivir. You're gonna have to overcommit, underneath the tower, and you could end up misstepping, end up going down. SLYA Academy, they didn't work that hard to build the lead for themselves, just to throw it that easily underneath the tower. So right now, again, they're going to take control over on the top side of the map, which is something that worked for them previously. Play around the choke points with Qiyana, and then try to take that Baron again for an easier siege.
They're looking for Tracer on the side, but she found Aussie instead. Pivotless immediately TPs in. There's another Baron for the taking. They want to go for it again in another attempt of... Well, not really a T1 Baron, but, you know, we get the drill. As SK are now looking to figure out a way into the river. We still have Lysia in split push this time around, though she does have that TP available as the hook is coming through from LC. You have to be a bit careful. Here comes the TP. Again, Qiyana's going in. That Baron goes down. That's Thorn again finding the Baron in the right moment at the right time. Clef with the kill. They're stepping further forward. They want to get a little more. Scappa connects on the 3. However, Pivotless can again 1v9 here. She's buying so much time for the rest of her team to reposition as Lysia has to flash away from the damage. Net SLYA Academy now in the lead again. 5k gold lead, Baron buff. Let's see how much they can take this time.
SLYA Academy pick the composition that is very skill-based. You have to be good at finding the angles and angles they've been having. However, Wife doing work down bot lane, taking that inhibitor right there. What is Maiden doing there? Anyway, Baron up, last outer defense for SK.A Varosa is going to fall to the hands of Clef with that Baron buff. So another Baron successful for the side of SLYA Academy. And let's watch this one more time. If you bounce up into this choke point, into that Qiyana, beautiful 3-man ult right there from Thorn. And you see that Tres, she doesn't find the angle into the backline. Lysia actually gets zoned away by the rest of the team, which means Apollonia and Miela never get to walk up.
Pulling that flash out of Lysia as well in the end. 6k gold lead for SLYA Academy. Yet another Hextech Dragon this time around. It should be theirs for the taking without any fights, without any concerns. They will be able to pick up the soul here. That Hextech soul will feel extremely comfortable, especially on something like the Ashe. So Clef is slowly starting to feel herself as well with the 4 items now, 4 kills too. She has been vibing for a while. Now she's online, exactly what we wished for.
Yeah, 4 items on Ashe. Clef 4, 0, and 3. They've never been able to find that backline, find the Syndra ult onto Ashe. She's been having fantastic positioning all this time. And now again, we said that they need the Baron to siege. They've got it on 2 lanes. They're sieging bot lane tower. Wukong all the way to enemy top side. Gonna be shown right now. So SLYA Academy have more than enough members in the base to just keep sieging.
And that's a 1-for-1 trade on that top side play there as the Crystal Arrow goes a little wide. They're now looking to pick up everything they can in this base here as Pivotless finds a public execution into the backline. We can see Apollonia having to go golden against Thorn here. Pivotless dropped extremely low, Clef as well. But now Thorn stepped a little too far forward, diving that fountain. Maybe that was a bit too much. As now SLYA have to go back, have to try and find a way out of this base. It looks as if Aussie is going to sacrifice herself in order for Clef to actually walk away from this. And that's exactly what's going to happen. However, the gold lead, still 6k for SLYA Academy. And SK.A's base is hanging on by a thread.
Man, I feel like SLYA Academy may have overplayed this just a tiny bit.
No.
I feel like they could have actually ended the game right there. Yeah. Big mistake right here from SLYA Academy, not ending the game at this point. 4.5 minutes time, they're not gonna have that Baron buff anymore. And I feel like mid lane tower is gonna go down from Lysia right here. So big mistake to dive that tower right there. 4 of them die on that attempt. And let's watch this one more time. Thorn, fantastic engage onto Apollonia. but the Hourglass is gonna come through from the Syndra, and Thorn can just no longer finish her off, which means she's diving the tower while also the fountain, while also the other tower was being dived by the Ambessa, and a little bit of a over-eagerness, overzealousness from Solari Academy might come back to bite them. That's a 4K gold lead now, from almost an 8K gold lead from the side of Solari Academy. Two Nizlad Zords for Apollonia. Death Cap very, very close. And next Baron could very easily decide the game.
And Apollonia could be that X Factor. Rabadon's now completed. Definitely going to look at her when it comes to the next fight. We have been talking about the impact that both Trez and Thorn will have in this game, need to have in this game. However, I feel like Apollonia, with the damage output, is going to be a big, big factor.
Hardest part for SK.A Varosa right here is that they can't walk out their base. It's just too damn dangerous. They can't very easily get vision. I feel like Kiana, every time she's tried to walk up, she meets the other Kiana. That plays for the other team. And it's not very pretty. Let's see Lizia again on her split push shenanigans. Trez always around, knowing that, again, Solari Academy cannot really push the issue right here. They can't siege without Baron. However, the wraparound's coming onto Lizia, and Trez is all the way back in base.
Well, let's see if they can make it work. Public execution already has been used, and now Lizia does not really have an easy way out of this. She gets rooted. She will not go away. She will not walk away from this one, I fear, as Lilith picks up the kill. And that's at least the numbers advantage now for Solari Academy. But they have to figure out how to set up for that Baron in 50 seconds. Lizia is going to spawn almost at the same time as that Baron. So it's really up to the execution of Solari when it comes to prepping.
Yeah, SK.A Academy right here. SK.A Varosa, sorry. They walked up topside, tried to put a few wards down. However, for right now, Solari Academy, all they have to do is just shove down the waves into SK.A Varosa's base, put that pressure on, wait for them to clear them out, walk back into the topside quadrant of Trez's jungle, clear out all the vision that SK has put down for themselves. They have found almost every single ward that was placed. Yep, every single one, except for the control ward that Trez is sitting on right now. They haven't found her yet. Is she gonna fully back? She's not. She's holding it for now. This flank could actually be massive if they do not find Trez right there, because the Baron will be started right now.
They're looking for it again, pivotless in the bushes. Trying to figure out a way to zone them, but SK.A Varosa not gonna be there in time. Solari Academy are just going to take this Baron uncontested. And now the public execution hits straight onto Miela. She can try to block it at least a little bit, buying some time here with the redemptions as well. The damage is now coming through. That's huge damage coming out of Thorn, but Clef is the one able to pick up the kill so far. It's a double kill. They're stepping for the throw with Pivotless. Finds Miela. Now they're finding the next target. Sienta connects from Apollonia. She's finding the ultimate directly in the face of Thorn, but it's not gonna be enough. And we were waiting for Apollonia to maybe turn this around, but it's not gonna happen. They are looking to go towards that base. They have the Baron buff. They have the 3 Void Grubs. They're in the perfect position to end the game right here, right now. They find the stun onto Apo. She has to go golden again. The TP is coming through. Apollonia ends up going down, and it's the ace for Solari Academy. And we have another series on our hands as SK are taking us to the 1-1. SK, what? No, Solari. Oh my God. Biggest fumble of my life. Damn. I was so excited.
Great stuff right there from Solari Academy.
So hard,
They're
bro.
showcasing us. They're showcasing us right there that they do have hands. They picked up a hands diff composition and they executed this perfectly. They had early game potential. They had so much engaged. They didn't, actually at points they didn't even know what to do with it. They were just throwing it around to see if they can catch something, and then they were just dipping back into Fog of War. And you just saw that with 2 immobile carries, it just became really difficult for SK.A Varosa to face check Fog of War to the point where they ended up losing all the objectives this time around. Early game belonged to Solari and they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, and you know, because I'm so embarrassed about, you know, kind of throwing that finishing call away, we're just going to throw it to a break instead, because I have to really get my brain cells working for the next game, so that mistake does not happen again. However, we would love for you guys to stay with us as we will unpack what just happened, and then of course look at the next games to come, because we will have at least 2 more, so stay tuned and stay with us.
Mr. Knox, take a seat. Tell me what's going on.
There's a man inside my mind making noises. Somehow I feel like I don't have a choice in it.
Oh, okay. Tell me a little more.
He tells me I'm a chump and he tells me I'm broke. Waits around until I'm all alone.
What time? What kind of time of day or what kind of things does he say?
Edmund's pale face when the day is just a dive. He's waiting in the corner where he drives. He's so alive.
Okay.
He's a creature of the night.
Is that so? What time?
When it's 2:45.
That's a series how we want to see it. Solari claps back against SK Avarosa, and especially Clef like flips the whole table with that Ash pick that we have been like a bit suspicious about in the draft, but in the end, the ruler, of course, the ruler Ash won the game. How excited are you, Mile? Oh, you.
This time, look, I made the trouble. I made the trouble, you know, because I didn't want you to feel so alone with that.
It's spreading like the plague, man. It started with the NLC, then EMEA Masters, and now here. The trouble is spreading like the plague. Oh my God. I'm so sorry to everyone.
Well, anyways, what I was going to say is I'm really happy, first of all, because we now have a series and it's actually looking like these teams are on the same level trying to compete. But also because I think initially, again, we thought the tools on the side of SK are really, really nice. However, it was Solari who were able to really accumulate a lead for themselves in the early stages, then, of course, had a bit of a rougher time. But all of the plays in the later stages were on their hands. I feel like only Apollonia could have stopped them, and she didn't manage to do so.
Yeah, I feel like it was fantastic. The 25-minute Baron, they pulled the TP, they got that one, then they got a little bit cookie with this one. They overdived, one was diving a tower on the left, one was diving the actual fountain on the right, and they just couldn't close it out here, but there was still like about 6,000 gold strong.
Yeah, and then I really love this last team fight because it was just like pivotless, seeing the angle on Miela with the public execution. And Clash, she was like, I'm not gonna let this first game sit on me. I had it in my hands with the Smolder too. And she just finished with double kill. And instead of like trying to cancel like backports or try to go for Apollonia, she just straight up runs to the base of SK Rosa, sealing the deal for her team. And also in the gold graph, we can see there was like a slight chance also where SK has a little lead. It also felt after the double kill early in the top lane that Apollonia might be the carry again, similar to the first game. But in the end, it was Solari fighting the better fight.
There were just too many targets from the side of Solari Academy. Like, do you stop the Ambessa, the Kiana, the Ryze? Suddenly, Ashe has been completely untouched in the backline and she's dealing insane amounts of damage because we can't reach her. And then you've got Nautilus engaged, Ashe engaged, Kiana engaged, Ambessa engaged, Pivotless. Did a fantastic job, actually, at either zoning away Sivir or Syndra or finding incredible ult to straight up hold any advance from the side of SK Avarosa. So even though she didn't... Obviously, like, the KDA doesn't even mean anything. Look at the damage done. She was always diving backline, finding the angles, and this is what her team needed here.
Definitely. And I also, Minju just said it. On the other hand, we were like kind of afraid that there might be like too much engage coming out from like the Cinder Scattered a week. Do you have the Rel that can dive into the backline? But in the end, Solari really well managed to also keep their carries alive with Pivotless perfectly peeling for her Clef with the 7-0. And I just love that, like, in the beginning we said, okay, it's probably gonna be the junglers dominating the early game. That's kind of also again what happened. And then the top laners peeling for their ADCs. We can also like see like in the draft again that like this Kiana was a very, very early made choice. And I love the adaptation that Solari made with focusing more on picking jungle early, getting a good matchup for Thorn, and just pushing the early game more.
Yeah, I do really like if we look over on this side where the bans are, the Nafiri coming out of SK, right there, thank you, of SK Avarosa, which was very, very clever. However, again, we have things moving into the next draft right now, like the Jarvan coming through. Potentially, we're looking again at the Nafiri. However, I think that from here on out, since the Nocturne is no longer a factor, I think it's going to be a pretty much locked ban from the side of SK Avarosa. So we're looking at the Pantheons, the Trundles, the Jarvans.
And I have a surprise for you, because SK actually chose to go blue side. That means they might be able to leave a few of the bans open that they made prior in order to maybe hoping to pick him first.
I mean, that can definitely be an option. I think it's really interesting to see them deciding to go blue side now, because after their win, they were very confident to stay on that red side, stay with that counter pick. And now they're kind of like, okay, we gave you one. We want to go in with a strong first pick now, which I think is interesting. Another factor that I felt like we haven't really talked about in the past was that Thorn's Hecarim has always been a little bit of an X factor, you know, like a little bit of a, where do we go with that? Like, what do we do with that? Because I would love to see it, But we're really not getting it a lot of times. So I'm secretly hoping for 5 games just so we can maybe see the Hecarim come out. That would be so cool.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
and
the Hecarim. I'm just here like silently waiting. I'm like, I'd like to see it. I've not seen this champion in such a long time. You know, it was like Udyr LiLiA meta when Hecarim was like a thing, when everybody was like, hands up, everyone's farming in their jungle, no one's allowed to invade, just like farm up and we'll see each other at like 2-3 items, and that's it.
I remember, like, in the beginning of the year, Mila and I were, like, sitting there, like, yeah, she has over 100 games of Hecarim and solo queue. She's gonna bring it. And then it just always got banned. And it was just always not a factor whenever it was, like, left open. That we, I think, stopped believing into the opportunity of seeing this champion. And then when it got drafted for the first time, it was an absolute carry performance. And I think everybody got very painfully reminded that you might want to ban this if it goes, like, into a desperate best of 5 or, like, even into a 5th game. And that is a possibility that will be open anytime. But I'm really hoping that we keep up the pace. I also love the bot lane duel because so far we had like bot lane won by Miela, 30 farm ahead and like a huge lead. Now in this game, we had Clef being ahead over 30 farm and like a big gold lead. How do you think like maybe SK also wants to play more around bot lane again? Because it seemed to be like one of their strong suits in the first game too.
For me, it's kind of more like a general early game, not necessarily only around bot lane, but I felt like the early games have been very deciding for both of the first games, right? First game, we saw Solari putting a lot of pressure on these SK rather, on these early objectives. We wanted them to go for every Drake, every grub, every single thing they could get. And then in the second game, Solari had the same idea, made the same plays happen, and suddenly it turned out in their favor. So I think early game is crucial.
I'm scratching my head a little bit. I'm seeing Gwen Trundle. Is that a Cassante B1 for Lysia? Like I'm just sitting here and I'm like, hold on a minute. Are we gonna jump from like one tank to another? We went from like Ornn to Yorick. Okay, Yorick not so much of a tank, but tanky-ish, like a bruiser. And
I
now
have a proposal. What about a Rumble B1?
I mean, maybe.
Sure,
but that would leave something like the Cassante then open to enemy, which is a decent pick into Rumble, if you ask me. It's not the exact counter pick like something like the Galio, but it is still a decent pick, right? You would always like to have something a little tankier maybe into the Rumble. So it's very interesting to see what they want to go with here.
please prove
We're
me
all
wrong.
just waiting.
Please, all I'm asking for is please prove me wrong.
It's not
Okay,
a
good.
Rumble.
Good. I'm glad.
Fair. But that's pivotless Cassante then,
I
right?
love
Like,
you by Rumble first pick.
Actually, don't mind the
We want
Gragas
to see
here as well.
Cassante gaming.
Pivotless has played, Pivotless has played the Gragas as well to a pretty great effect. I feel like Cassante loses always to Rumble like any other melee, but loses kind of gracefully because he's like the tank that sort of absorbs the pressure, right? But right here, they can also go towards something like a Javan if they want to. Poppy into the Rumble doesn't have the best time. We've seen Poppy, Pivotless on Poppy, but this could also obviously be a triple flex. However, Thorn, I don't think she touches the champion at all. And I'm gonna stick to my idea that this does belong to Pivotless. Not necessarily what I had in mind, but they can still make it work.
I mean, it definitely can be something. Also, I really love that we're gonna see the Taliyah from Lilith because it's like her champion. She was in an interview where she said she was like really devastated when she lost on her Taliyah because it's like her most played and also highest win rate champion. So I'm really hoping that she might get like some revenge for the Syrians against Zarans Bloom this time around and can show us oh god, it's Apollonia Morgana again. We're gonna see it again. It's the third time now in this Game Changers that we're gonna see mid lane Morgana. And I have to say I love it. So far, it has worked perfectly.
I mean, yeah.
Go on, Mila.
But it's also still a bit of a worry point for me, right? Because it worked perfectly once or twice. But is that enough to actually call it a perfect choice? I like this coming out from Miela, though. I think this is absolutely her cup of tea. That's something that they enjoy doing, especially when they are a little further into a series. So she will definitely feel very, very happy about picking up the Jinx here.
I don't mind the Morgana here because it's directly into Taliyah, right? And you can very easily use that Morgana and the Black Shield to actually never get caught by the likes of that Taliyah. and it's also an extra shield towards that Jinx later on for the team fights. Now that's a ballsy move.
What?
That's a ballsy move. You're playing Kalista into Rumble, Jinx, Morgana.
Oh
One of
my
the
God.
shortest range AD carries where all Morgana has to do is press R.
I love
Around.
it.
And
Yeah. But there's like the story about like Clef. Like when I asked her back then about like the Clef effect and what she thinks of it, she got really furious. And she was like, yeah, I've normally like play more early game champs. I was like, yeah, what do you normally play? She was like, yeah, play a great Lucian. And if it wouldn't be a super useless champion that has like no current like allowance to be in the game and on the lane, it's Kalista. And I think I had to like to boop her and I like to beep her in this video like 5 times because of her strong opinion on Kalista. So I love to see Clef finally showing it in Game Changers Rising.
how many F-bombs got dropped? How many
Yes.
F-bombs got dropped about Kalista? Tell the truth.
Oh, I think a few in the laning phase, maybe like every wave 1.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
Right. I'd like to see Renata actually be banned away right here unless Aussie does not play the champion, because I feel like Renata Kalista, one of the strongest 2 versus 2s down the bot lane, established very early on in 2023-2024 by the LPL, one of the best regions to ever play the Renata Kalista bot lane. And especially towards a Jinx where you want to dominate, suffocate the Jinx under tower, definitely something like the Renata could be fantastic right here for the set of Solari.
yeah, but I mean, it makes sense to not ban it because if we're looking back, I don't think it's necessarily one of the ousty champions that we have in mind, right? So let's see if they actually want to pick it up. They banned Nico instead, which is of course a nice flex pick, even though they still already have the Talia picked. It would be nice to put that into support. This kind of decides the flex pick for the Poppy here. They will go with the Viego, which is very much a carry champion, very much a champion that Thorn wants to be the main character on. I always say Viego has main character issues. He wants to be everyone, everywhere at the same time. And please, if they, I mean, that's not going to happen. But if they were to pick the Hecarim against Thorn, that is aura. That is aura right there. It's not going to happen. though.
Nah.
That draft is pure
liking-
cinema.
Yeah, I'm liking the bait hover right here from Miela onto the Hecarim. However, I will disagree. I do not like the Viego right here. I feel like especially when you have a Kalista lane, maybe you want to play towards a champion that likes diving bot lane and you can really punish the pressure that a Kalista lane can actually exert. Now, if they take the Kiana away, it's a really protect the President comp. You've got, there you go, you've got Renata with your Jinx arranged into potentially something that could be a melee matchup for the side of Kalista, which means that actually Jinx plus the Renata can pressure that Kalista lane early on.
But I love how aggressive Solari just decided to go with this draft after seeing the Jinx. Oh, we're getting a Soraka. That's interesting. We've seen a lot of like Soraka, Kalista in the LEC. I mean, it can work. I love the idea, especially like in like these long team fights or like in this long front to back team fights, try to deny also the excitement from the Jinx as long as possible. But that are so many wild picks.
If I'm not wrong, they played the exact same thing last time in their best of 5, where Pivotless was playing the Poppy, and we had like a clip where like Pivotless is running in 5 kills in 4 items in the inventory, and she had Pocket Ambulance behind her. I'll see onto that Soraka, and she was literally just running people over. I mean, if it gets to that point, you've got Viego, you've got Poppy, you can definitely just be like their pocket healer, right? At this point. However, I have to side with SK.A Avarosa for the sake of like a well-structured draft. You get pushed top, you get pushed mid, you've got push bot as well. You can with that Renata plus Jinx, and then you've got the more ganking jungler in the early game if you want. And I feel like Trez, this is what she has been for SK.A Avarosa. She has been the stabilizer, and she has been the one that does actually open up that early game for them. So if it has to come down to draft, I think I'm siding with SK.A Avarosa on this one.
Mila, who are you siding with? I mean, we're close to going into the game. It's also the great pleasure. It's the first time that we have like a 1-on-1. So it's basically a best of 3 now. All of these teams can show us everything that they bring to the table. Maybe try some stuff that they normally only see in scrims. But I would say this is like a Solari draft we have never seen like in this aggressive way before.
Absolutely. I feel like there is a lot of comfort in this draft, which is what gives me hope. It gives me hope that they can make it work because they know these champion inside out. However, they have to put it on the map first. And I gotta agree with Trouble. The SK comp looks pretty rounded out. It looks like they have a really great game plan here. So let's figure out who can make it work in their favor as we are at a 1-1. And the next game will definitely put one of these teams at match point. And I have a hard time siding with anyone at this point in time, right? Like, I'm still siding with Solari because that was my first intuition to do so. So I will stick with that. But it's not going to be easy.
We'll see how the early game actually unfolds right here, because usually Viego is the type of champion that does want to get ahead. He is the farmer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xin Zhao is a ganker, right? He can start picking up skirmishes super early on. And if you go from lane to lane to lane, there's actually a pretty good setup. You've got the handshake from the Renata, Chomper, slows from Jinx. You've got the Q from Morgana, which is not the easiest ability to hit. However, Talia can very easily be punished by a W hit on her on the Xin Zhao and the follow-up, right, from the Black Shield and the Q that we mentioned from Morgana. So there are actually avenues where Trez can basically milk the CC and the engage potential and the setup from her laners to try and get something going up in the early game. And of course, you've got the insurance later on that's called Jinx on a couple of items to be able to snowball that.
Yeah, for me, Jinx is really one of those factors here, right? Even if she falls behind a little bit in the earlier stages of the game, she really only needs one team fight to make a comeback. On the other hand, I feel like there is a lot of tension for Clef to perform on this Kalista early on already, figuring out a way to get ahead and actually gaining some advantages every now and then. But we can see SK.A Avarosa, they are playing it aggressively again here in these early stages of the game. The cleanse immediately gone from Clef as well as the heal from AOC. And that's a trade that SK take any day of the week.
And that's what I said, right, in the draft. I feel like Jinx Renata is genius right here. I'm actually scratching my head just a little bit because I feel like Solari possibly didn't think that they would need the Renata together with the Kalista to get dominance in lane, because Soraka is pretty good against majority of the enchanters, right? I feel like she's been very heavily underrated. However, you get a lot more pressure through Jinx because you've got better wave clear, and also if Renata hits a handshake or 1Q, you can actually walk up and take good trades. Look at this one.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of poke coming through as Clef now has to be careful. Does not have the cleanse available. She's trying to trade something back. Stacking her arrows, her spears rather, in Kiana. It's not going to be enough, and that puts SK Avarosa a little bit in a position where they have the upper hand, at least when we look at the push in lane.
Both junglers drilling towards bot side as well. One of them is going to have to do the walk of shame towards top side. And for right now, it looks like this is going to have to be the Viego, right? You're instantly rotating both your bot laners into the river. And I feel like right here, Thorn is going to have to FF unless Solari Academy are willing to help through mid lane, which they are. Lilith is the first one moving into this river. We could have our first fight 3 minutes in.
We can see Trez immediately moving in. Clef off to the side, not really there for the party right away, as she's now only coming in. Black Shield hits onto Trez, so she will be fine. Has to flash out over the wall, though. They will commit for the Scuttle Crab, but it's not going to be much more for the time being.
Oh, and look at this. Smite was not used. Smite was not used. Midland wave is pushed. Xin Zhao's heading straight towards the top side of the map. Who has priority there? Who has the pushed wave? It's Lizzie onto this rumble. Thorn could be losing right here. Both those Skull Crabs due to lane priorities, and it is going to be the case. SK.A Avarosa coming through big winners on this one.
Definitely. Thorn going for the reset instead. Manages to pick up some item parts, but that's about it. So we can see Lysia ticking over to level 5. Flamethrower, of course, a bit of a finicky thing to play into for Pivotless here. But I do believe that Pivotless will be more of a factor later in team fights rather than in the laning phase.
Yeah, and of course, there's going to be a lot of pressure, right? Because Rumble is a fantastic champion into melee champions. I feel like a lot of the times what gets overlooked by Rumble is how good he is at harassing through the wave whilst pushing the wave. So it's not only the pressure of, hey, you're running into the Rumble, you're going to get hit by the flamethrower. It's the fact that Rumble actually gets to push the wave while he's also taking a pretty damn good trade on you, which is what makes him really, really strong into either short-range champions or straight-up melee champions that walk into the wave to try and take CS, right? And we're seeing this sort of story unfold in front of our eyes with the Poppy playing into it.
I wonder who's going to go for the Dragon Prio here. It's, of course, a little bit more SK favored due to picking up the Scuttle Crabs. But from what I've seen so far, I don't feel like Solari just want to give it. Both of the junglers being towards their bot side here. Let's see if we will get another little situation there when it comes to it.
I'm just really liking the structure so far from SK.A. I think it's something that we haven't necessarily seen too much of in other tournaments that SK.A. have been a part of. I feel like I've seen so many iterations of their team, and I feel like this looks like the strongest one. They have a lot of structure on how they play the map, which is very, very important. As right here, Diego is going to start the Dragon, but SK.A. are playing really aggressive to try and push that wave first, which means the Thorn, yet again, doesn't have priority mid, doesn't have priority bot, has to step back.
We can see Apollonia also hovering in the bush. She was ready to step into that river if necessary. At the moment, it doesn't look like SK want to commit for that Dragon either. But they will keep their push alive as now the Weaver's Wall is coming through. Very nicely done. Lilith trying to find some damage here onto Kiana. The chompers are going down. They will root Lilith in place. They're not able to step too far forward with Trez in the area as well. That's enough of a security blanket here for SK to stay alive in that play.
Yeah, but they don't have enough damage, and like a lot of things were burned right here. You see Apollonia shoved in an entire wave under mid lane tower for that one, and now they've got their they've got their HPs pretty high. Ult on Apollonia, flash on Apollonia. They could potentially make a play right here from the side of SK.A.
They're definitely looking for it. They haven't gone for the backboards. Instead, they're looking to contest the Drake as Travis is looking for a way into the pitch. He's trying to smite away that Dragon if possible, but his end is up going over to SLYA Academy. Travis dropped extremely low. Will have to be careful. Will end up going down in that pit. That's the first part going over to Lilith. But maybe SK is not down. We can see Apollonia hasn't used the ultimate yet. She's only pulling it out now. But it's not going to be enough to really do anything. Maybe delay the undelayable as Thorn picks up the next kill, picks up a reset for herself. And it's so important for that Diego to come online, get the resets, and actually put on the carry pants as well. And that's 3 quick kills for SLYA Academy, a Drake on top, and a 1.3k gold lead.
Again, they tried to use their HP bars, but Apollonia is way too late. She tried to play the flank, then she wrapped around the Dragon Pit, and by the time she had wrapped around the Dragon Pit, SK.A. had already made their move, 3 versus 4. So Larry recognized that, they instantly re-engage onto SK.A. and they just win with raw numbers advantage. And this one was just so unlucky. You'll see right there the Q landing from Thorn, playing the Morgana used against her own team. Takes down 3.
Trez went to look for at least one of these Void Grubs. Super important for them. Even if they aren't able to pick up all 3 of them, this will at least deny the stack for the feats of strength, as well as the buff in the end. And I feel like SK have to give themselves a little bit more time. Now that they've lost this first big fight, this first iteration of a fight, I think they need to stay a little calmer, reassess what they actually have and how they can play around it, because that puts Solari in a nicer position for the moment.
Yeah, for SK.A. I think they're looking for their level 6, right? Being able to use that Morgana ult, use that Shinza ult, survive a little bit longer. I feel like this was primarily a whoopsie because they re-engaged in a 3 versus 4, which Solari punished fantastically well. They instantly pounced on them and grabbing kills early on things like the Kalista, the Talia. These are champions that really shine in the early to mid game. This is where they spike. Getting that Blade of the Ruined King super quickly onto your Kalista also has a lot of value early on to play around these fights. And Clef is more than happy to grab a kill and 2 assists, plus Talia onto 1 item. Very, very threatening, as she does thrive with more burst damage.
Vidless taking a bit of damage here, but we've talked about it. Not really the nicest lane matchup to play into for her. She has to heal herself there. Manages to stay alive through the equalizer. LySya also tanking a bit of turret aggro there, buys Pivotless some time. At least pick up the two turrets, two minions rather, and not lose a plating. Which is, I think,
Soraka.
good news.
Soraka ult coming through clutch right there from Aussie. Saving Pivotless on this 1v1 over at the top side of the map. However, since I was going to get spotted bot lane, Trez has stepped over a ward that was deep into the third bush, which means that instantly SLYA Academy will step back under the tower. Let's see if that Q connects. It will not. And SK.A Avarosa, they're losing the void grabs over on the top side of the map, and they get nothing on the bot lane.
They're also losing out a little bit on that mid lane as Apollonia has also made her way downstairs. And now Lilith can get a little bit of something back there. Talked about how Apollonia had a nice time in that mid lane wave, forcing it out every now and then. That was a nice way for Lilith to find an answer. She is relatively even in CS, but profits massively, of course, from these 2 kills that she got in that early little fight. Gold lead has grown to about 2k. Left would be able to push in this wave before going for a backport here, and I think SLYA overall still feel very much comfortable with their game so far.
Absolutely. 2,000 gold lead 11 minutes in is pretty massive. Majority of that gold lead also sitting onto that Taliyah. Archangels completed for Lilith as well. Pretty set up to carry this early game as well, especially when you have very immobile situation carries over on the bottom of the map with the Jinx, top of the map with the Ramble. You can very, very easily punish. Plus, Taliyah plus Poppy is a really great combo. I feel like G2 did something very similar today where they played Poppy plus Anivia. You create a wall, you give more opportunities to Poppy to like pin people with E onto it. And Taliyah kind of does something similar.
Definitely, and we've heard in the pre-game lobby a little bit about how this is one of Lilith's favorite picks, and she was very disappointed in herself for not being able to play it out to the best of her abilities in the last game and not actually pick up a win on it. So maybe this time it's her moment to shine. One of her absolute favorite, and of course also signature picks. The 2 kills she has gotten so far. It's looking like she's off to a great start. Pivotless, of course, hasn't been that big of a factor yet, but we can see SLYA across the map always gaining small leads, which puts them in the position where they can pick up this second Drake for themselves as well.
Absolutely so dominant. Especially as you see the first item completions come through, the Trinity Force, again, the Archangels. You definitely don't want to walk in if you're SK.A Avarosa and you've got kind of like components of your first big item. Just now, Standard Sky completed for Trez onto the Sensa. But you're still waiting. You've got a call onto your Jinx. You don't have first item onto your Morgana, not even on the Rumble. So I feel like SK.A Avarosa are really waiting for that 1 to 2 item power spike to try and really pressure those fights. However, if SLYA manage to snowball their lead the exact same way as SK.A Avarosa did over in game number 1, I feel like they could really push SK.A Avarosa to the point where they can't fight unless they have their items.
We're seeing a little bit of action here on this top side as the equalizer comes through. In the end, it's a kill for Thorn. Now they can try and turn it around with Apollonia and Trez trying to trade something back here. Lilith takes a lot of damage. Will end up being fine though, gets the honey through to heal back up. And Thorn with the flamethrower that she has stolen from LySya was able to buy some space.
Damn, LySya walks up, gets instantly punished, walks into the Poppy. Thorn is there as well to capitalize onto this one. Another kill going over to Viego this time around. And I was actually a little bit curious. I was like, hey, if SLYA do not manage to extend the lead in the early game, Viego will suffer because she could get invaded. You know, SK.A is a much more active kind of jungler over in the early game. You have a lot of setup of Morgana Q, Morgana R. You've got that Renata over in the bottom of the map. So far, SLYA have played this so well that they've not given a single opening to SK.A Avarosa. And when SK.A Avarosa gave them one, they literally pounced on it instantly and capitalized on a couple of kills. And this time around, it is going to be Kalista completing her first item then. I'm expecting Blade the Rune King over in base after this reset comes through.
It's kind of the waiting room for the Rift Tower right now. 23 more seconds before that one spawns towards top side. And I would expect us to see a little bit of the action there as well. If SK feel like they are in a position to actually fight this, because again, I do feel like they are doing better with maybe possibly waiting, giving it a bit more time. for those first few items to come through. Of course, if you're losing out too much on the map, you should definitely reiterate on that one. As Lilith loses her flash, now Thorn's in the area as well. Wants to step a bit further forward. Tress with the black shield will not be too vulnerable. That is still okay for SLYA here. Maybe they can find a little bit of a play onto Tress here, who stepped a bit too far forward. Immediately thrown back into the enemy by the seismic shaft. And that's, of course, another kill. The 5th one going over to SLYA Academy, who get to pick up the Herald as a little bit of a treat there.
Yep, Trez walks straight into the 2 champions that have their first items completed as Clef, Aussie. Maybe they're gonna look for a kill right here.
Ooh, Clef immediately has to use both of her summoners. Now a little bit vulnerable there, as Aussie is the next target. She's trying to pull a little space here with the ultimates flying in all directions as Clef puts Aussie in danger, but pulls her to safety instead. Kiana will be hit by the turret shot there. Not the nicest movement, but I guess you take those. And that's 6 kills for SLYA to not a single one for SK. 4K gold lead. And of course now the Herald as well in the bags here for Thorn.
Ooh, everything's going SLYA Academy's way. The mid lane gank over on Trez. They kill the jungler. They take that Rift Herald. They take the tower ball. And while SK Academy are chasing for the kill, Kiana very crucially misses the flash handshake, which means that when there's no threat, SLYA Academy turn it around. Kiana overextends, gets hit by the tower shot, and Clef goes back, grabs the Blade of the Ruin King, plus a pickaxe, plus more. I feel like SLYA Academy are flying away with this game right now. 40 seconds. Well, the next dragon is going to be Cloud Soul. And I think this is a really good soul, particularly for the side of SLYA. The Poppy, the Viego could definitely benefit from it.
I love how they have also evenly spread the kills on all of their carries. 2 for Thorn, 2 for Lilith, 2 for Clef. Definitely have a good plan of who's supposed to take over at some point. And of course, Aussie as well as Pivotless are going to be the facilitators of that. And SK have to figure out a way to step into this river. Lysia doesn't have to be available. Pivotless, on the other hand, does. So she's going to proxy there a little bit before probably joining this situation here, as Lysia had to take the way through the river. And now the TP for Pivotless is coming through. Let's see if they can immediately punish her for it, because she is a little mispositioned there. She stepped a bit too far forward. Ultimate coming through from Soraka here. That buys a little bit of time as the ultimate flies. Equalizer into the backline won't be enough to burn them down immediately, as Pivotless is still alive. That is huge. However, Miala now on the way back into the team fight. Maybe they can still try and fight this SK Avarosa, looking for a target, looking for an angle to step in. A lot of crucial ultimates already gone on both sides. Let's see, Tress could be the next target. She's getting zoned here quite a little bit. As Thorn, not really hard committing for that dragon as the hostile takeover is coming through. Now they're in. They're looking for the damage. They will find it. Seismic Shop hits, and they're punishing them so hard for stepping too far forward. Triple kill for Thorn. She's absolutely playing out of her mind. Last game on the Kiana, this game on the Viego. She knows what she has to do and she does it. That's Soul Point and another bit of gold in the bags for SLYA.
SK Avarosa cannot find a way in. They do not have good engage buttons. And the second they try, they overextend. They run into the Talia rocks. They run into the silence. And SLYA Academy have so much damage, dishing it out. 7,000 gold lead, 18 minutes in. SLYA Academy have woken up. It took them 2 games in their previous best of 5. Now, second game, they woke up and chose Violence Thorn, grabbing that triple kill. And I hope DJ drops the replay right here. Pivotless survives. You know why? Because this little bugger back there that keeps pressing W on her keeps healing her up. So Raka is the most annoying enchanter you can possibly play against, especially when you've used majority of your damage up front. SK Avarosa, they try to get into this pit, and it's actually impossible. The Q hits, the W hits onto the Talia, but it is just not enough damage when they all bunch up onto the rocks. A fantastic W for Lilith to actually open the world of Viego resets.
Beautifully played there on the side of SLYA Academy. And the air is getting thin for SK Avarosa in this game 3 so far. They haven't been able to pick up a kill. They did get 1 singular Void Grub. There's not much you can buy with that one. So they need to find answers. They're falling behind
nothing,
further
right?
and further.
You gotta celebrate the small victories. Hey guys, we got the Skull Crab. You know, it gives vision, it gives a little bit of gold. Might lose our Rumble here, but hey.
Hey, you know, it's the small wins. The equalizers go straight onto the wave in order to try and pick that one up, as LySyA knows she will not make it out alive. And that's another little pick here for SLYA Academy towards that bot side. Another 3 minutes until the next Drake, 4.5 until Baron, but Atakan, of course, on the map, and that's the next target they want to go for.
Yeah, and it's not gonna get contested at all. You know why? Because the SK.A are starving. They're trying to get some bounties on these objectives over the tops of the map, like this tower. They're trying to get any gold possible, but this BA go 5-0-4, 2 items. They caught Renata mid as well.
Ooh, she's dropping extremely low, trying to heal herself up. Has to use both summoners, but Clef with the ultimate, trying to put a little bit more pressure on it. Will end up just doing it herself, picks up that kill. That's the 12th one going over to Solari. 305 for Clef, 307 for Lilith, and 504 for Thorn. The 3 carries on the side of SLYA Academy are doing a great job here.
Yeah, a little bit of a too much passive draft for the side of SK.A Varosa, and I feel like that whoopsie, that misstep on the first dragon has really, really cost them this early game, and it seems like the game overall, that's a 7,000 gold lead, 21 minutes in. It's not going to get easier, right? They do have pretty good scaling. They do have the Soraka. That's going to be super, it's going to make it super annoying to kill anyone on the side of Solari. And if you thought that, hey, maybe they should focus on Soraka. If the Soraka dies somehow, find her with a Rumble ult, with a good Morgana ult or a Q. Well, here's where the Kalista ult comes to get her out of dodge. So right here, SK.A are also going to have to get really, really creative. Try to hit potentially like a side lane with that Rumble, with that Morgana, to try and get anything from SLYA Academy.
Maybe they can find a little bit of a catch here onto Pivotless with the TP coming through. They definitely want to hard commit for it as the ultimate comes through, hits 2, and now it's only Apollonia versus Pivotless, and I fear that's not going to be enough as Trez now has to walk in as well, and now they make it a 4v1. Surely Pivotless cannot survive this. The equalizer's coming through, and she is still alive because she's Poppy, and there's just absolutely no way for SK.A Varosa to get a kill in this game.
They're trying, man. We said, hey, maybe they can look for a side lane. They tried. They failed. There's just not enough damage. This whole team is built around the Jinx, the Black Shields, the Renatas. Keep the Jinx alive. This Jinx is 1,500 gold down with only 1 item close to Infinity Edge, but not quite. It's gonna need 3 items to get there. However, 3 versus 1. No Soraka ult.
Yeah, maybe this time it's gonna work as Pivotless flashed into the wall. That's in the end a shutdown for Miela. Super nice Super Mega Death Rocket coming through. Thorn now trying to find a little bit of a kill of their own for Trez here, who has the flash over the wall. Weaver's Wall coming out. Kiana hits onto the stones immediately. The next kill coming through. Solari are looking to get some revenge for their top laner here.
And they're insta-spamming the dragon as well. 3 seconds until it spawns. 20 seconds for Kiana. It's a 4 versus 5 in favor of Solari, but 2 of the members are left up top, and Apollonia could play to disrupt them.
Well, let's look if they can make it work. LySyA buying some good space there with the flamethrower. However, now Lilith and Clef are in the area as well. Apollonia off to the side. Maybe if she finds an angle, but she will be spotted here.
TP.
Of course, has the greatest tools for that. These are coming through. And that should be the dragon, that should be the soul. Uncontested for SLYA Academy, because if they are all there, all 5 members, they have to respect it.
Damn. SK.A Varosa tried. They knew they were 4 versus 5. They tried to pick the fight until Lilith and Clef made it down towards that river. It wasn't quite the case. A 7,000 gold lead remains for the sort of SLYA Academy. However, I will give the what if that every play-by-play asks, even though you haven't asked me. I'll give it anyway.
I would have asked in a second, so you go.
It's fine. I asked myself. This Jinx picked up a very fatty shutdown onto the Poppy. Infinity Edge now completed. Now, I'm not telling you that a Yuntel plus Infinity Edge Jinx can carry this whole thing. However, the sieging from the set of SLYA Academy is not currently the best. And they don't necessarily have Baron yet. So if they do overextend, I feel like Miela could get a pretty good possibility. She gets excited to turn a fight around.
I mean, that can always be a factor. You know, that's just a jinx type thing. I think you can never fully counter out, but we can see Pivotless already doing a good job on that mid lane, trying to zone everyone away from the Baron. That SLYA have started, and I'm not even sure SK.A have been aware of it and now they go in with the TPs as well. Baron halfway down, and now the zoning continues as they turn their sights away from the Baron, straight back to the team fight. Poppy ultimate is flying, and they can try to make it a 5v4 situation, at least for a moment here. The damage is coming through. Pivotless is not taking any damage at all on the side as Thorn goes in with the ultimate. Now has to be careful not to be engaged on, but in the end, the kills are going over to SLYA Academy. Thorn is godlike. The Weaver's Wall is coming out as well to deny any mobility that SK possibly still have on the map, and they are looking to turn back towards the Baron, pick that one up, and then of course siege towards the enemy base.
Yeah, there's just not enough damage right now from the side of SK.A Avarosa. They cannot out-damage the healing that Soraka is providing right here. The extra levels, the extra items, the extra defenses from the levels and the items are just really difficult for SK.A Avarosa to penetrate through. So this is looking like SLYA Academy are turning this best of 5 on its head. SK.A Avarosa opened it up with a 1-0. And SLYA Academy have really put their foot in this series, potentially leading us to match point.
And what a storyline it would be. SK.A Avarosa have been struggling all year long, and we had hopes for them to finally have found their identity again. And they have been doing a decent job. These games that they have won, they won convincingly. And on the other hand, we have one of our equal esports cup finalists who fell short against G2Hell. They are looking to get their revenge tomorrow, playing against them one more time, maybe, possibly making it to finals of Game Changers. So let's see if they can actually finish this one here. Push still on their side. We're kind of waiting for the next timers. They do have another 2 minutes of Baron buff. 2.5 minutes until there is a potential Elder Drake on the map.
They're taking full control of the top side quadrant of Trace's jungle, which is really nice. They can actually get to push both mid and top at the same time, but right now they're primarily focusing on taking the other tower that remains over on the top side of the map. As you'll see, Lilith is making sure that she's prepping that mid lane wave as well to be pushed in once this one goes down. Again, not the best team to siege. You've got a bunch of melee champions and a very short range AD carry. You're not the best at sieging. However, with Baron and 2 lanes pushing, SK.A Avarosa have to kind of throw their hands up because there's only 3 members in the base.
There's not much happening in that base right now, at least not on the side of SK, as the next turret could be the target here. Lilith did a great job at bringing in the wave. Now they can play guard the cannon minion one more time, still having the Baron buff remaining for another minute. Might not be enough for this inhibitor to fall, as they have to respect the range coming through from SK. You've mentioned it. However, they are not willing to go yet, as Clef is going in aggressively with the ultimate. Alcy steps straight forward. Tress has to pull the Crescent Guard relatively early on. The ultimate from Poppy is going wide, though. Now Pivotless might be in a bit of danger here with the Equalizer coming through the Berserk as well. Tress, though, dropped extremely low, and that's a kill for SLYA again. And now it's an absolute nemesis advantage. And SLYA Academy, they have been playing this game to the T from beginning to finish. It's a triple kill in the end. There goes a shutdown over
the HP bars
to Miela. But it might not be enough. How can it not end here? I was sure this game was over. But by taking so much damage, they may have just bought SK a little bit more time.
Alcy does not have the percentage damage to heal anymore, because W uses percent of your HP. But now that people are tipping back in, now that Lilith tipping back in, they could potentially end this right here.
Surely this must be it. 3 seconds on Kiana, 12 on Miela, but there's no way they are coming in time, because SK.A Avarosa don't have a chance to pull the damage, and that's SLYA bringing us 2 match points in a convincing Game 3.
Alcy absolutely sliding on that Soraka back and forth. And what a fantastic display of skill. That's literally what I'm going to say from the side of SLYA. They do not play conventional drafts. They do not have a conventional gameplay. They don't play your macro that you would expect, but they have bite and they fight. And their hands seem to be better when the composition requires them to be better. So far, again, they've given us unconditional stuff, but they play them so well that SK.A Avarosa seem to not have a response to it.
The question is, will SK find a response in time? Because now it's backs against the wall for them. If they lose here, they are out. So it is a match point for SLYA Academy. Let's see if they can pick it up next time. Or if we are going to Game 5 again, we should be really hyped about what's to come because I feel like the next game could be a banger as well, but we will see about that shortly after a little bit of a break.
If I see you tonight, I'll tell you exactly what's on my mind. Oh, I'm not afraid, no, I had one too many times to draw out the line. So don't give me sympathy eyes. I know you're more, and that's what I like. I don't want you to decide the way that we start. Don't play with my heart. Let's just fight out. Let's just fight out. I want to ride with you, get lost in time with you. I'll be good to you. Oh yeah. Let's just fight out. Take you to my hideaway. No one's ever made it to that place. So I'll tell it to you straight. 'Cause no one's ever made me feel the same. So don't give me sympathy eyes. I know you're more, and that's what I like. I don't want you to decide the way that we start. Don't play with my heart. Let's just fight out. Let's just fight out. I want to ride with you, get lost in time with you. I'll be good to you. Oh yeah. Is it possible when you fall in love that you lose control? Driving in the dark, you're my passenger. This world is ours now. Don't have to tell me that you love me now. Just come along for the ride. Don't keep me waiting, I'm impatient. So let's just fight out. Let's just fight out. I want to ride with you, get lost in time with you. I'll be good to you. Oh yeah. Let's just ride out. off of my mind. Run around, run around, run around. Go wild, go wild, go wild. I've been running up, get a little closer. Don't wanna move. I'm getting too close to you. I know that you wanted to. You wanted to. Never wanted you to hold back too much. Loving won't get you through, and I don't know what to do. Tripping over without you. Always wanted you by my side, but with every day passing by, say seek and you shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. Can't get you off of my mind.
What a series. Solari just completely dragged SK Avarosa through the mud with that draft. From the beginning, it was very, very fast clear that this is a game that Solari definitely wants to dominate, and it started on the bot lane, then went like onto jungle, it went on top lane, it just went completely crazy, and now well-deserved Solari just one win away from making it to tomorrow's semi-final against G2. Did you expect that from the beginning of the series, that we would have such nice game, like such just explosive games?
Okay, who wants to take this? Mille? Me?
You
Me?
go.
Okay, well, yeah. I actually thought that SK Avarosa were so structured, but like Solari is like the ex-Mud Lions of LGC. They'll just drag you through. Same as Vitality, same as old Mud Lions. You know, like they like the fist fighting and they like to outskill their opponents. Their drafts are straight up not easy. But I feel like they're just willing to just drop a Kalista with the Soraka, which is absolutely crazy. And I feel like this is what actually broke the game open. The fact that SK Avarosa, Apple enemy's position, had to take the long way around the pit. And then SK Avarosa re-engaged 3v4 because the dragon was going down, right? And they kind of got scared that it might be taken away. And I feel like this is what snowballed the entire early game for Solari.
Yeah, definitely these early kills just wandering over. Definitely also Clef getting a really early lead. Also Lilith on her signature champion getting 2 in the early game made it so hard for SK to play on their own winning condition. And then there were just a lot of little mishaps happening. Solari getting the kill into mid lane onto enemy jungle, getting the Herald. Meanwhile, bot lane was contesting for the first tower. Also Clef getting another lead. And you really saw SK trying, but it took them until nearly minute 30 to get their first kill and reward them at least a little bit in this scenario.
But I feel like overall we've talked a lot about how they were just lacking damage, and in my opinion that also comes from not really setting up Miela for success, which sounds like I'm very Miela biased, which in some ways I definitely am, but I feel like if you have a Jinx on your team and you know that she brings that hyper carry potential, I would love for her to be set up in the right way where she can actually do that before minute 30. Especially when you realize that there is so much going on the enemy team. And they had their takes, they had their moments where they were trying to get into it, where they were trying to make it work. But mechanically, Solari just played it so much better. There's not a lot you can say.
That Soraka healing though, I really would have liked to see how much I'll see healed in this game, because we were like in this fight so many times, somebody of Solari close to hitting the gray screen, but there always was their Astral Infusion coming in from the Oraka, keeping that person alive, not giving Miela the chance to go crazy with the excitement. And you can see clearly on the gold drag graph, that was a very dominant game of Solari with little failures happening, and also they got their whole soul so early too.
Yeah, I don't think they gave any chance for SK Avarosa to come back. However, if you look at the damage graph, it's very even, I want to say, apart from mid lane, which there's like okay, there's a big difference right there, right? Because when you're playing Morgana, you don't really expect for Morgana to out-damage majority of like mages or early game skirmishers, such as SLYA. And especially since Lilith also got a double kill early on, then the balance kind of shifted over to SLYA Academy. But I truly did think there was a way for SK.A Avarosa to come back to this, but SLYA just didn't actually give them an opening. Props to them for actually being able to weigh out their situations and their team fights that way. And I feel like a lot of people think that the rat champ is Twitch. I feel like the truest rat champ in this game is absolutely Soraka, because you can build all the anti-heal, you can build all the anti-heal in the world, and this champion will still almost heal you to full, which was the bane of SK.A Avarosa's existence.
100%. But I think also looking into the draft that is coming up, we've seen all of these games with an intense focus on the early game, right? I always feel like the team that got ahead in early game almost had it in the bags. There's, of course, always some fighting spirit on the other side. Don't get me wrong. I know these teams are still trying to find a way back, but it was always the early game winner that actually ended up taking the entire game. So that's what I'm looking for in this draft. What are you picking to make sure you are bridging your early game towards mid lane, towards late game as well, in order to make it easier for you to actually make it through? Because we saw the scaling come for Solari absolutely not working out at all in game 1. And then we saw the same issues for SK in game 2 and 3. So that's where I'm looking at. I want to see early game focus, and I want to know who is wearing whose pants in this next draft.
Yeah, we really need to find out who we're gonna set up SK.A Avarosa for success. And apparently they are looking for that success on the red side again. And I'm hoping we're not getting any Ornn last picks or like any tanks as this last pick, because I'm really hoping that SK is able to really utilize their option of a counter matchup. Because last time they also surprised us with like these Urgot coming in as the last pick on the red side, bringing in LoL as an additional carry. And I really love the Morgana, but I think I also want Apollonia again on a carry in that mid lane. Maybe like opening up something like the Orianna is unfortunately banned again. Maybe her Victor, the Zerif. There are like so many options that we still haven't seen from her.
I'm waiting to see also where the Nafiri ends up, because it has been primarily banned from the side of SK.A Avarosa. And I do have Thorn for the kind of person that would insta-log it B1 on blue side. I feel like she's really confident on the champion, and now that Nocturne is out the way, you can definitely play around that. With Gwen being banned right here, you do have the chance to either first pick the Joven, which she has played before on the team, or go for something like the Nafiri even. Oh wow, Ziggs. Another rat champ. What is happening?
That just happened.
No. Does someone else want to cast that? Because Ziggs, come on. I wanted to see something crazy, something like with a little bit more action in it, but there's no action for me in Ziggs, because what this champion does well, which I expect to happen then, is being alone, right? He's great when he has alone time in lane. He can farm underneath the turret. He can stay safe. He will play with his range of the ultimate in later stages of the game. But that, for me, calls that Aussie and Thorn want to do some damage across the map, because otherwise I would want to see Clef on a pick that is a little bit more aggressive.
Definitely. And I mean, I like the Ziggs because it has been like one of Clef's favorite picks so far, also in the tournament. I mean, you still have like the option to be like, okay, good, we can like kind of disguise it as a flex pick. In worst case, also Lilith is able to play it. But it also like, you maybe have to interpret it differently. Maybe we have to interpret Ziggs not as the I'm holding the lane champion, but more as the I gotta push the towers.
Ooh, I really like that Rek'Sai hover right there. This is the Flandre special. Now, I don't know if Pivotles plays it over on the top side of the map, but it is such a good pick into tanks. Flandre did suffer into the Cassante as Rek'Sai, but primarily you get it because this champion does HP damage percentage on her ability, right? So it's really good over on the top side of the map to play Cassante, to play Rek'Sai into tanks. This could also end up in the jungle. It was very heavily nerfed in the jungle, like 3 or 4 patches in a row. This is why it now has ended up being shifted over to the top side of the map.
I really want to see what SK round out their first rotation with, because so far I do really like this. Nico has been one of the more contested support picks in the entirety of the tournament so far. Has great setup, but of course also brings a lot of responsibility with you. Especially paired with the Kai'Sa, I think this can be a very aggressive bot lane combination here for Miela and Kiana. And it can turn out to be very deadly. However, I fear that they will not actually reach even close to Clef if this is actually a Ziggs bot, because she has the easiest tools to just stay safe. But they are calling their bluff. They are saying, this is going towards mid lane. We're banning Xayah. We are not convinced Clef is actually playing this pick, which I think is very interesting, because that could be the outplay button of the century for SLYA Academy right there.
Yeah, that and the fact that Xayah is like really, really good into Kai'Sa, right? And you can always pivot the Ziggs towards that mid lane if you want to. But since you're playing like a very heavy diving composition so far that SK are showing right here, I'm expecting the Javan to be taken out straight away right here from the SLYA Academy. It just fits the theme. Everyone's jumping into the backline. Javan's really good at jumping into the backline, and Trez does play the champion. So last ban right here from SLYA, I would like to see Mr. Javan the fourth, because it just fits the theme so much for SK.
It definitely does. Would have also been like a really good comfort champion for Tress that also worked wonders for her in the past. I mean, she has a deep champion pool. In worst case, you're gonna just bring out the other three, maybe something like the Maokai, be able to get something else that can try to dive or at least try to catch together with the Nico. And in the end, it's actually going to be a Pantheon band, leaving the From Trouble Inquisition Javan open. Need an invitation.
Slam it. Zero thought process.
Do it.
Slam it.
Do it.
Oh,
Also do it.
Okay.
It's okay. Pick it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind it at all, right? You can go in with the call of the pack and then have the follow-up with the ultimate coming through from Kai'Sa as well. I can definitely see that work out. The only issue I have is that it brings the topic of who's your major carry to the table again a little bit. And sometimes people are having a hard time on deciding who is it actually going to be, as we can now see the Hecarim hover coming through. I'm trying not to get baited by this, you know, I'm trying to stay really, really calm. And we're getting the Hecarim!
Oh my god, we got a Hecarim! We got a
Yeah, no,
Hecarim!
that's pretty cool. I think that's a cool pick, by the way.
It
All
also
right,
fits great
so-
for champion pool.
The thing you need with Hecarim is priority lanes, and your bot lane has just gotten Kai'Sa Nico'd. So we'll see if they can actually find a way to sort of turn the wave around, because Rek'Sai can get some priority into K'Sante. If the K'Sante is really good, can also push Rek'Sai behind. But Hecarim primarily is a hard farming jungler that thrives on priority lanes, and if you do invade him early, if you throw him up the jungle, it can end up really, really, really bad. So right here, that mid lane pick could really solidify even the level 1. If you get a very good level 1 champion, you force Hecarim out or you invade him at any point, you really make Hecarim's life really, really sad.
Yeah, and so Laurie really just said towers who. We got the Ziggs, they got the Tristana, definitely like lanes that want to push, lanes that also wants to get like these leads in the earlies again. And I really like that if just the Hecarim jumps on you together with the Rek'Sai, together with a Ziggs bomb, it's really hard to play on the side of SK. I mean, I also like their approach. We wondered how they're gonna approach the early game, since it has been the most important state of the game so far. Who won the early game, won the game. Do you like the result that they came up with, Mila?
I was just laughing at the swapperoos that they were doing, because they were really leaving it to the last little swap to let us declare who is going to go where. I do like it. I think with Tristana, you do have a little bit more pressure. However, I still think it's not an easy draft to execute for SLYA once again. And they once again have to show the better hands, because SK's tools, I just like them better overall. Like as a whole, I like SK's comp better.
I feel like, oh, sorry, you can go.
No. It's like, but is it enough? Because we said it. It's this best of 5. If SLYA wins the next game, they're gonna be going up against G2 tomorrow, and SK is out. And we have seen them struggling the whole year, trying to get up on the field again, bringing Trez in, and it worked so many wonders for the group stage. Is this now their last game, or do you think, Troubling, that they're gonna get this one?
I mean, I'm not sure, actually. I feel like this Hecarim, even though one trick, and you guys have been hyping it up very much for Thorn, I feel like she's going to have a really hard time on this Hecarim. The entire sort of thing about Hecarim is that he likes to dive into the backline, right? It's very similar to an Olaf, very similar to a Nocturne. Now, Kai'Sa is an avid counter to things like Olaf and things that like to dive in the backline, because she dives your backline herself. As we move straight into the game number 4, seeing if SLYA can actually close this series out and not see a 5th game, since they have to maybe play again tomorrow.
And what a crazy story that would be. They have faced G2 Hell in Equal Esports Cup finals, fell short in the end by losing. with just one game, right? Like, it was a best of 3, which is not very, not very forgetful when it comes to how many mistakes you can make. So it was a close call, and SLYA definitely looking forward to that rematch. On the other hand, we have SK.A who've been struggling to find their former glory. They used to be Equal Esports Cup winners in the past, but ever since then, it was really, really rough. And we can see the emotes, they definitely show the entirety of their feelings, I would say. I think Kiana's emote definitely puts it very well in a visualization.
And you see how protective they are in general of the Hecarim as well. The fact that they bounced up as 5 and definitely really guarded that entrance to the Raptors for Hecarim. A lot of AoE damage on his kit. Raptors are the best camp for Hecarim to start on. We'll see how the champion actually acts. I don't think I've seen her cast a Hecarim in like a very hot minute.
Did you feel like last game, SK overall were just too defensive from early on? Or were there really no tools for them to play early on? Because I still believe that if they could have found a better setup for the Jinx, it could have been easier. Or like, what was the issue? What do you want them to do different in this Comptest game?
I feel like that one Dragon actually really came to bite them. Because they re-engaged into a 3 versus 4, and there was like a little bit of a miscommunication right here. But I did like your observation where you said, hey, early priority, early wins, kind of snowball the entirety of the games that we've watched today in this best of 5 series. So I feel like right here, again, as I said, Hecarim is the kind of champion that really thrives when the champion has a lot of priority lanes because he's very susceptible to getting invaded. If you get invaded, it gets really, really tricky. Because with Hecarim, you just want to permanently just cycle through your camps and get as many as possible. It's not kind of like we get level 6, we start going. Hecarim just wants as many items as possible. He is sort of like a fighter and assassin, likes to dive the backline. So as long as you go uninterrupted, as long as the Rift is a little bit quiet, I want to say, he's very happy. And then on 2 items, he can start getting going.
Just a quick heads up. This is just a short pause, nothing to worry about. We'll be right back in the game, but that gives us, of course, a little bit more time to yap about the draft and also what we've seen so far, because I feel like everything we've seen so far is not necessarily in character of these teams. We've talked a lot about how SLYA Academy is always very known for their scaling comps, how they always want to play it late. They have some of the longest game durations that we've had all year long. And then on the other hand, SK.A, when we look at especially these 80 carry picks that have been coming through from Miela as well, they have been trying to do a similar thing every now and then. And for this day to be so early game focused is actually kind of out of character, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had a lot of scaling in general, right? This is the theme of the teams. And the structure we've been talking about, SK.A, yes, we've seen it, but sometimes too much effect, I want to say. You know, I particularly remember Miela in her interview, she was like, oh, we couldn't end. We were getting kills, but we couldn't end. They were not meaningful. Some of them were kind of meaningful. I just feel like, you know, when it's nerves, when it's game 5, when you're not sure if you're going to throw or actually end the game, you kind of want to take it like, you kind of want to take a step back and reassess what you've got going on. I feel like in the previous game, they did this quite a bit to the point where it just snowballed out of control. Right now, let's see here if they're actually going to be disruptive at all. Hecarim again, as fast as ever as a champion in the jungle. Already done with the first clear, already done with the Skull Crab as well for Thorn on the top side, and Nafiri just about starting.
So far, nothing crazy has happened. 4 minutes into the game, there's also not much to expect. I think we've realized today that even though Miela and Kiana like to have some early push in their favor, their ADHD, as they call it themselves, is very much under control. They're not really forced or torn into any crazy place where they have to step out of the safety zone. But maybe that's also just Trez screaming at them for the entirety of the voice comms. I wish we could hear that, actually. It would be hilarious. As Pivotless takes a little bit of turret aggro there. Tries to trade versus LYA here. And in the end, this is going to be a top lane matchup where no one dies. And both of them took a bit of damage. Very exciting.
Yeah. Again, you get to see how Rek'Sai is very strong into tanks, right? As a Thorn level 4 gank.
Oh, she's definitely looking for it. Stepping forward, early flash is coming through. Heal as well. And now Miela has to look. She does have flash and barrier available. They're trying to trade something back. It's not quite going to be enough. but they will not end up going down.
Yeah, I feel like Thorn just burned her ghost right here, trying to see if she can maybe bait a couple of summoners from that bot lane. It's kind of known that you're not really going to get a kill onto Hecarim unless somebody has very much overextended. Nikiana blew her flash super early to not be under any threat. But Thorn was on the way. She ended up both side of the map, blew her ghost, got double summoners here onto the Nico. And this is pretty big because she's level 5. She's going to be level 6 soon. Kiana could potentially be the next target in the fights to come. However, Trez is going to use that timing where Thorn actually cleared all the bottom of the map and ganked. Trez, meanwhile, has backed, gotten her pickaxe, her extra longsword, and now she's starting the dragon.
Very nice from SK. Very nice awareness about what has been going on the map. There's, of course, 2 more minutes roughly left until the Void drops spawn. I would expect Thorn to make an appearance for those and see if she can get some prio, as Pivotless, of course, has been doing a really good job at pressuring LySYA here. And we can see Thorn looking for a little bit more underneath this topside turret as she's going for her first little turret dive. The ultimate is coming through from the 6 as well. It's not going to be enough right away, but the kill ends up going through, and that's a kill for Pivotless on the Rek'Sai. And that one could be crucial, actually.
Yeah, pretty big. You actually have to get ahead if you're playing against a Cassante or any tank. As Rek'Sai, you gotta get ahead. That's what the champion is picked for. Right here, I think Thorn E'd Cassante out of the 6 ult. Let's watch one more time. Cassante was right on the edge, and yeah, Thorn just eased Cassante out of it, but the ultimate had already connected right there from Pivotless, so she ends up getting the kill nevertheless. A really, really great start to the game. Again, getting that Rek'Sai ahead. Big from Thorn as well. She has had a lot of influence on the map. The double summoners down bot lane, the dive up top, the flash on LySYA as well, onto this Cassante. You're expecting for Hecarim to keep cycling through his camps over and over and over again. But that's not Thorn's style.
And it's also something we've seen her do in the past 2 games as well, which is, again, something I kind of criticized last game, where I felt like, okay, there's not really enough attention towards the lanes on the side of SK in order to set them up for success. And that is something that Thorn has been doing a great job at. However, game 1, that is also something that Trez has been doing very, very well. So we know for sure both of these junglers can do it. It's just more of a question of decision-making when the right time might be. For the moment, we can see the lane swap coming through from SK.A. Solari Academy so far haven't quite matched that. We still have Clef on bot lane, laning against LySYA. But I still believe they want to set up for these Void grabs, because we can see that Aussie has moved up. Trez is spotted on this ward here, so I don't think Lilith is in much danger. Also respectfully standing underneath that turret. As we can see a little one-on-one action on the spot side happening. Clef, of course, very nicely jumps out with that rocket jump.
Yeah, there's a swap coming through towards the top side. They have also swapped Apollonia over here, headed towards the top side of the map. They want to play around those Void grabs that have just spawned. SK.A. who have already claimed that dragon over on the bot side of the map. They do have their AD carry stuck on the bot side, and LySYA can very easily just walk back, press B, and TP potentially into an upcoming fight. And as you can see, she's chilling over in the alcove. Thorn is just gonna walk in, smite one, and leave. This is usually what you do when you do not want any fight. You do not walk back in. However, I'm walking back in.
Yeah, OC definitely want to back in, but she's a little bit far forward now. Ends up going down in the end. Maybe a bit of an overstep there for her. In the end, that's 2 Void grubs going over to SK.A. and 1 in the backs for Solari.
Big head scratcher right there. I feel like Thorn had the right idea. Usually when you can't contest the Void grubs, what you do is you engage them at first, you smite one, and you just leave. And you're a Hecarim, right? You're more than happy sort of scaling into the game. This Hecarim is about like, what, 10 CS ahead, 11 CS ahead. So you keep cycling through your camps. Eventually, you are going to get stronger than the Nafiri. And I feel like Aussie was possibly in like a different decision-making era right there, where she just saw the combination for the Alistar with the flash. She went for it. Maybe they could get like maybe a quick kill. But Thorn had already decided that she wanted to go back into her jungle and start cycling through the camps again. So just a little bit of a miscommunication right there. 2 Void drops going over to SK Avarosa, and the kill very crucially to Apollonia's Ahri.
Apollonia, of course, has individually had a pretty good day, I would say. That Syndra game was very convincing. And again, it's very nice to see these SK players individually always showing signs of improvement. I think that's definitely safe to say after some of what we saw in Equal Esports Cup as well. As Pivotless is now looking to pick up another plating for herself, which she absolutely will. And SLYA is definitely struggling here, has fallen about 10 CS behind as well. And Pivotless is keeping the pressure up by not letting her go for any base or recall tries. Pushes in another wave, and SLYA will be able to take that one underneath the turret. We can see some rotations coming through towards bot side now again.
Yeah. Nafiri also heading towards the bot side. 10 seconds for Dragon means that both teams want to prepare. BO6 mid lane pushing out that wave. Apollonia just coming through the base. Malignance already completed onto the Ari. Pretty strong Eclipse onto that Nafiri. I feel like SK Avarosa definitely have the item advantage right here. So if Solari do not get in and get out really quickly, it might get sticky. However, they have gotten Rek'Sai over on the bottom of the map and they're using numbers advantage to take the Dragon away.
Yeah, Pivotless is there, and now SLYA is only now on her way. Charm comes through. Thorn is stepping in, though, with the ultimate. Pop Blossom hits into the backline, but doesn't really quite do too much damage. We can see that Tress is dropped extremely low. That's a kill going over to Clef, and now they are looking to find more kills as the Drake has already gone down. SLYA Academy look very successful in that play, and SK, again, didn't really have any tools to get closer.
Incredible rotation by Pivotless. Lives the wave up top lane, walks bot. She had her item. She walks out, numbers advantage. You know why? Because the Cassante does not have TP. And as long as SLYA stayed up top lane and they could see the Cassante on that wave, they actually got that Rek'Sai down bot lane. They went for the 5v4 and they secured that second Dragon of the game. First one for SLYA Academy. Honestly, great rotations early on. Luden's companion going to get completed for Lilith right here, which means the wave clear is going to get that much stronger for the Ziggs.
We've talked a little bit about how the Ziggs might not be the most aggressive pick, but it can definitely be a facilitator. The ultimate, of course, can have a huge impact. And of course, when we look towards demolishing these turrets in the later stages and taking over those minion waves, both Ziggs and Tristana will have a really good time. So far, SK haven't really made use of the tools that they have drafted for themselves so much. Pivotless picks up another plating, and again, just gets to walk away or tunnel away. What would you call that? Is that tunneling?
You're tunneling, yeah. That's a tunnel.
Right. Yeah, you're just tunneling away from that turret. But yeah, Pivotless already having done a great job in these early stages of the game.
Yeah, I'm loving the way that this game has gone to, or even on blue side. I'm gonna hold this one as Kiana is a small dog.
Well, let's see if the doggo can actually do some damage here. She's looking for the Pop Blossom, finds it. Aussie drops down low. That's a kill going over for them. But now they can capitalize off of it as Clef joins the team fight, finds a kill against Trez. And that is a Tristana with 2 kills already. And in my games, that is a very bad sign.
Wow, that was actually a crazy engage right there from Aussie. Kiana disguising herself as a little dog from Nafiri, but that Alistar is so tanky and Avengers assembled so quickly from Solari, because you saw before they entered that red buff area, they knew something was going on. They had spotted SK.A Avarosa walking into their jungle, so they assembled everyone so quickly. They sacrificed the cow, they assembled so quickly. Clef even was feeling herself to just W in one extra time than she actually had to, and she walked back to bot lane. Now, overall, that's a 2,000 gold lead 13 minutes into the game. A couple of tire platings have been going down to the side of SLYA Academy as well. And for SK Avarosa, I mean, you're getting towards the bottleneck, right? It's getting thinner and thinner. They need this win to push us to game number 5. And that early game is just not looking good right now.
Miela's doing a decent amount of damage towards this turret, so that will be first turret picked up for SK, which is of course a stack for the Feats of Strength. And that was a close call because Pivotless was very close to doing so herself. So that's the good news here for SK. A little bit of a consolation prize as Trez has to go untargetable in order to make it out alive. Pivotless, though, picking up the Krugs. Definitely not what Trez came for. But Pivotless is feeling very comfortable. Almost a 130 CS. That is a good amount of CS for that point in time.
Oh yeah, very close to what we would call choving, right? You need about 150, so it's 20 off. That's actually a bunch of waves.
By
so
the
not
time
close
of the
enough at all.
finals, she'll get there.
Right. Just a couple more days, guys.
just the
Finals, though, okay. I hope Hell is listening to this bias on cast by the time of finals.
Me? What? No.
All right. All right. So we have already declared SLYA Academy as per Mille,
Uh-oh.
the winner of this series and the next series.
Wait, last time I did that, it did not go well. Hang on, I'm taking it back. What?
Wait, that was an Insta curse. 07 SLYA Academy.
Oh,
We
no.
enjoyed seeing you so far. As Thorn is going to secure another neutral objective, taking down that Herald. Mid lane tower very, very low. Actually, using the combination of Herald plus Ziggs is pretty disgusting. You can take down towers super quickly, as well as Tristana. She also sieges really nicely those towers, as SK.A, Avarosa are trying for one more time to take full control of the both side of the map. Pivotless, very, very respectful in the fact that both side of the map is completely black for the side of SLYA Academy, so she's not stepping anywhere near the tower.
Generally, vision is a little thin for the side of SLYA. They do have some deep wards in that top side enemy jungle, which is of course nice. They have taken over the control of that top lane, so it's easy for them to force some vision in there. On the spot side, it's a little bit of a different story, as Tress is now off to the side, but we're looking for another engage. The Pop Blossom's coming through, will only really hit onto Thorn, but Thorn can take a bit of time to make it work. That's a huge ultimate coming out of Lilith there, dealing a whole lot of damage. Maybe that's enough for SLYA Academy to actually force SK back further and set up for that next dragon. It looks as if it works out in their favor for now.
Yeah, everyone backs off. They have to reset. They don't even need to use the Herald at this point in time. It's going to be second dragon confirmed right here for SLYA Academy. Very, very nicely played. Again, you see how slippery those SLYA champions are. The Alistar super tanky while having the ult, because it is a spellbook Alistar right here, right? So unless you have your ult available, you're pretty squishy, but with the ult, very nice stuff from Aussie. He pretty much tanks the entire SK team.
Yeah.
Right here. Cassandra get a little bit of a beating as Clef is just gonna shove in the wave and probably back very, very close to her second item too.
Yeah. There's those second items coming in that I would be very, very worried about on the side of SK. Maybe the interrupt could come through here for Lysia if she spots it in time. Nope. Okay. Sad. Good try, though. Good try.
NT. Pivotless. About 1,200 gold up onto this Cassante. Has been doing a fantastic job on the top side, and this is why, again, Rek'Sai has been picked into the tanks, so you can get ahead in the early game. Team fights is a different thing, because Rek'Sai actually kind of struggles with team fights. We'll see how Pivotless manages to pilot the champion around, as the Herald still remains in Thorn's hands. Let's see if she's gonna choose to use it here. She is, and with Lilith around onto the Ziggs, all you have to do is put a W on this tower. And it's going down, so...
Oh, we're taking
they're going straight ball. They're going straight ball.
We
It's
are
fine.
going straight on a Formula 1 race towards that top lane, bot lane turret, rather. She's taking the drift, using the ideal line beautifully, taking it to the wall. You know, that's more like that was Charlotte Claire and Baku.
I think it was the Cicane's fault instead of
yeah.
Thorn.
Yeah. Swear, that was just bad track layout. Yeah, I agree. Horrible track. 10 out of 10 would not recommend, as the Herald
And
now
W.
finally charges. And the turret, of course, goes down. You mentioned it. Lysia now maybe in a bit of danger, has to step back there, taking a bit of a beating. That is very nicely done again for SLYA Academy, who now are 4k gold in the lead. Apollonia looking for a bit of a cross-map play, though. Maybe she'll be able to pick up this turret as a bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, I mean, that's the list you can do right now. SK Avarosa, they haven't necessarily put a firm foot in this game. We haven't necessarily seen any skirmishes or any, like, big fights that they want to pick up. They do have their first, even second items onto Miela on this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's a very scaling champion. I feel like we heard Ruler in his interview at Worlds speak about this, because I feel like Kai'Sa's 1-8 at Worlds currently. And he was talking about how teams don't necessarily let champions like Kai'Sa scale into the late game, because she's actually very, very strong. It's just that so many things happen in the early game that Kai'Sa kind of gets dug in the mud and never gets to scale to those 3-4 items that people don't necessarily think Kai'Sa needs, but she really does. And that was basically Ruler's words, from today. 2 items onto Miela's Kai'Sa. So he's doing pretty well, keeping up with the farm. Pushing out of the waves. Got that second item. Now talking about second items, Black Cleaver and Sojin completed for the side of Pivotless and Thorn. As Sojin coming through for that Naafiri as well. And again, I feel like for SK.A Varosa, their team fights look a little bit more chaotic, right? Like you need Qiyana to get a good pop blossom for anyone to chain up on that target.
And I think that's the big deal about Nico, right? We talk a lot about engaged supports. We saw her finding a great ways of diving into the backline kind of with the Rel, finding good magnet storms and stuff like that. I feel like Nico has so much more responsibility in a way because you need to sneak your way in. You really need to find the right angles in order to make that pop blossom worthwhile because yes, you do have poke on the champion, but I feel like it's just so dependent on the ultimate. If it doesn't hit, your champion is sadly not the strongest one in the team. And that's why I see there's so much responsibility on Qiyana in order to make these engages work and in order to bring SK in a position where they can actually play the team fights. Atakan now, of course, on the map. But no one really willing to pull the trigger just yet. Instead, we're roaming around each other, trying to clear some vision. But Trez is now very much on vision. The TP even is coming through. She has to go untargetable, trying to buy some space. Has to flash away. Redemption coming through. Only hangs on by the smallest margin. Ends up going down in the end. And that's another great pick here for SK, or rather for Solari, as SK have to retreat. You can see Miela trying to do some work on that mid lane, but Clef is immediately on the way, trying to punish her for it, trying to keep that turret alive. And Solari Academy have the chance to commit for this Atakan and take it home uncontested, as there is no enemy jungler left.
No smite, no fight right here for SK Academy. Not only do they take the Atakan from the side of Solari, but they'll take the next dragon. This will be so points. And they have been using that Hecarim so perfectly. I actually thought Kai'Sa wasn't going to have a bad time just with this Hecarim, and she hasn't. Because Kai'Sa's not the target right here. Trez, every single time she steps up, she gets shut down by Solari Academy, and the red buff was actually what took her out from Clef on this Tristana. Boots coming through from Solari on both the Rek'Sai and the Hecarim. And again, I've yet to see, actually, SK Academy woke up with a plan, setting up their vision, grouping up together, trying to find a pick, play around their Kai'Sa. I feel like by the time you turtle enough, you'll be 6,000 or 8,000 gold in a deficit, and it'll just be too late to turn things around.
Look, I've tried really hard to curse Solari. Like, honestly, like, if I didn't curse it by what I said before, I don't know what can curse it. But it's not looking so good for SK. I'm not gonna lie. They definitely need to find a way back. Maybe split push can be a bit of an angle. We saw them committing 3 members there towards that bot side, but the question is at what cost? Because with both Ziggs and Tristana an enemy team, these turrets are going to melt every now and then. Maybe now Clef is caught behind enemy lines here. Stepped a bit too far forward, but instead they will just turn onto Lysia. But here comes Qiyana, finds a beautiful pop blossom. That pop blossom could be the turnaround point. That's a huge shotgun in the back of Apollonia, but the damage output is still there. They're still fighting, but they make it a double kill. Now Pivotless is in the area too. Miela ends up going down. Now Lysia the next target. And what looked like a great fight for SK turns out to be just another small nail in the coffin that could be going down onto Earth sooner rather than later, as Apollonia now has to flash, and that turret on mid lane will go down.
We asked for Qiyana to step up on this Nico, and she finds the most magical angle for a huge Nico ult. 4-man knockup sends Miela right into the backline, but unfortunately that Ziggs ult absolutely decimates SK, who all bundle up to try and follow up the Nico engage. And since Hecarim and Rek'Sai do survive this, they just cleaned up house. That was possibly best case scenario, but because they grouped up so heavily, Lilith just destroyed them on the Ziggs.
And they thought they caught someone, right? They thought they caught Clef. This can be it. But in the end, you have 2 Yordles on your enemy team, and none of them are very weak at this point. Lilith now also close to her Rabadons completed. Same thing can be said about Apollonia, though. Maybe that is also a little bit of hope as Aussie will face check the bush here a little bit, gets charmed, and that should be a kill for SK. Unless she flashes out and stays alive, Spirit Rush has to be committed in order to pick it up finally. And that's, of course, an ultimate gone here on the side of SK Avarosa as the Baron now spawns. Bit of a numbers advantage for SK for the moment, but they don't really have the tools to immediately go for it.
Yeah, not T1 Baron right here this time around for SLYA as they lose their support. Again, super squishy. You're playing Spellbook on the Alistar, so if you don't commit your ultimate right there, and now see, they're not going to commit that in case another fight breaks out really soon. For SLYA. The Pivotless is just going to tunnel away. It's fine. But Kaisal committed already.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like that, I mean, I'm all for aggressive plays in that, but that killer instinct was a little brave. But, okay, worth a try, I guess. Because SK, they are backs against the wall. They have to try something. They have to maybe even find that 150-50 play in order to turn it around. Because the longer this game goes, the more I fear for them. Apollonia, of course, still 4-0 on the Ahri. Stress is immediately almost deleted, goes untargetable and ends up going down anyways. Not much more you can do, no jungler on the enemy team. And now SLYA have the best possible position to move in towards that Baron pit.
Yeah, 30 seconds in the gray screen for Trez, and SK Avarosa have to make the impossible happen right here. They have to make a pick now.
Okay, they're looking for it. Aussie dropping relatively low. Pivotless off to the side. Pop Blossom will hit onto her, but it doesn't really matter. She just tunnels away from it, picks up the kill onto the Kiana instead. Clef now unleashed. She's going forward. She's going with the rocket jump. She doesn't want to play defensively. And that's 2 more kills in the bags of the Yordles on the side of SLYA Academy. And we can see the Flute of Death. The emote is already there again because this SLYA team is feeling themselves. They want a rematch versus G2 Hell tomorrow. And they are looking to get it, maybe with the help of this Baron.
7,000, excuse me, that was before the Baron, and 8.4 thousand gold lead, and Trez makes the grave mistake of dashing through that wall, thinking she has a pick, dies to yet another red buff, which is her nemesis, and SK Avarosa are tasked upon getting a pick really quickly, but look at Pivotless positioning right here. Literally pinches the 4 remaining members of SK Avarosa, takes down Kiana, which is the big playmaker. And then one by one, the SK members fall. As SLYA turn their sights onto the Baron. Now with a very firm gold lead, they're looking to pressure the last remaining outer tower, potentially even some inhibitors.
SLYA Academy really only needed 1 game to warm up. Ever since then, they have been online, not leaving a lot of space for SK to find answers at all. We now have 2 Yordles with a Baron buff, which is bad news for your turrets. Pushing towards this mid lane. First, we can see Pivotless, of course, in a split push here as well, trying to force in a wave on that bot lane. This first turret will definitely go down, and they are looking to even go further. They are looking to take 1 inhibitor at least as a root comes through. Really only hits onto Thorn, who's of course capable of tanking that for the moment, as Pivotless is now pushing on the next turret. Next inhibitor is going down. This could possibly the last fight we will see of SK Avarosa. They've had the roughest year, and they have to look to make yet another miracle.
Kiana!
The beautiful ultimate that hits onto literally every single person, but the damage output is not quite enough, and SLYA Academy completely demolished SK Avarosa in their own base with a triple kill for Clef, with the Baron buff on their hands. They're looking to end it right here, right now, and they will go to their rematch versus G2 Hell, and they are looking to make finals in Paris, as we have to wave goodbye to SK because SLYA Academy stand tall.
I cannot believe if you showed me that Nico ult, I'd be like, this is game over. But there's just too much damage in the hands of SLYA, and they're so beefy that every time SK kept bunching up to get any advantage from this big ult that Kiana kept giving them, they just kept getting decimated by Ziggs ult.
It was such a good fight. It was such a good fight. The whole game was so amazing to watch. I was like fingers crossing for SK to maybe find some opportunities in the early game, but over and over it was just Solari not letting SK go, not giving him any opportunity to get their lead into this game. Starting really early from like all of these little jungle invades happening, the kills for the Tristana coming out, with Thorn getting the lead, suddenly Pivotless coming up with the Rek'Sai, finding the damage onto that pick. And I think this is like a surprise that I think people had Solari in mind as like the favorite for today, but that it would happen in such a dominant and in such Solari like unusual fashion is really surprising to me. And I see Milan just like, yeah, same.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it briefly that this early game focus that we saw today is usually not what either of these teams go for. Especially Solari has been known to draft something scaling, right? Give Clef a scaling champion that will later on take over the game. But today it was really the day of early games. Every team that won early game ended up winning the entire game. And this early game may even has been a little bit of the closest. I don't even know. Like, let's look back at this here in the replays a little bit, because SK, they did definitely look for picks, but there were also some very brave calls from them. And they just unleashed the beast that was Clef pretty early on that Tristana pick with these 2 kills. And ever since then, it just snowballed out of control.
I just felt like Solari were more aware the entire time. Like in this particular clip that we just watched, they were ready for the wraparound and they were always one step ahead. And I feel like, again, SK Academy did not show me any remnants of how well they can play together strategically, like that game 1. I feel like Trez was overstepping her boundaries a lot of the time, which means that Trez ended up going down a lot, which means you lose your smite, which means you lose a bunch of the objectives that you were trying to fight for in the first place. And I just missed that togetherness that we watched over in game number 1, and like the strategic approach that we watched in the previous best of 5 from the side of SK Avarosa. It just wasn't quite present today, and Solari Academy were clearly the better team on the Rift.
Yeah, I really loved how well put together, and like with how much just certainty they also went into the draft, finding like the new approaches. And I have to say, I was like stopping breathing at this moment because you already pinpointed in the draft. That was such a beautiful pop blossom. Also Miela like directly following onto the call. But at this point together, Solari just knew how to answer. Lilith coming in from the side, dishing out all the damage. And I'm really looking forward to see the battle against G2 tomorrow.
I gotta say though, it looked a little similar to what it looked like last game. Even though Apollonia in damage, incredible. Like she was having a really good day individually. I gotta point that out again. But last game as well, it felt like they were waiting so long to look for these fights. This game they had a few of the early trial runs that didn't work out in their favor, and then they took again so much time for that perfect ultimate from Kiana coming out that it was just not on time anymore.
Yeah, it was a really, really close series in some regards, but always Solari being on kind of top of it, having the early guards under their control. And that was mostly, I think, also due to the part of top lane. And I have the great honor to talk to Pivotless again after I already talked to her in the morning. Pivotless, did you just woke up today and chose violence? Congratulations. Also from my side.
Yeah, I'd say so. Wake up and choose violence was... Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, I don't know if there's a bit of a delay. Maybe. Yeah, Wake Up and Choose Violence was the modus operandi of the day. Felt pretty good, this one. We got to play a couple of champs that we haven't had the opportunity to so far. I'm glad we got to show the Rek'Sai. I've been playing that champion since long before anyone thought she was a top laner, so I'm very happy she's kind of in meta. Fun series, happy with it.
Yeah, I was like wondering because you were before the day, before like the games, we were like, yeah, if you say that Cassandra and Poppy are like spicy picks, then I can play spicy picks. But suddenly you come up with the Rek'Sai. Were you like maybe inspired by like words, or were you just like waiting to finally show that pick again?
This is something that I started to play in like 2023. It was around the time where they were reworking her, where they gave her this healing passive, and I thought, oh, that seems really broken in a solo lane. It feels like you can't really poke her out. And they've tried really hard to get her out of the solo lane to little success. She can still farm so much rage with the knockups, it doesn't matter. She's really hard to push out. So into your Scions, your Cassantes, these champions that are very good at chipping people to death, but not very good at 100 to 0ing them, Rek'Sai's fantastic because you can take the chip for chip trades. They don't have sustain. Rek'Sai does.
Yeah, she's definitely a fun champion to watch. And I have to say, like, in general today, the early games were on point. You were just like stomping SK in so many games, also coming out with picks like the Kalista, showing us the Lilith 6. Like, how did you maybe change like your approach for today that we saw all of this like more early game focused champions that we haven't really seen from you so far in Game Changers?
Our approach to today was looking back at the Zeren series and collectively deciding that our early games were heinous, really bad. The early games into Zeren's were just terrible across the board. So it's something that's come up as an issue a couple of times. If you look at even back to EEC when we were playing against G2, the part of the reason why those games were hard was because our early games were super shaky. But we've had these champions in the back pocket for a while. Clef loves a Kalista. She's a fantastic Kalista. And any opportunity to play Kalista, we will happily give her. So once we got that Kalista game in, and once we had that game go the way it did, it felt like it was a real rush of confidence going into the back end of the series. So just a little bit of a different approach today. I feel like we tend to play the scaling style. We deviated a little bit against Zeron's just in terms of hyper carries bot consistently. We started to look at things like the Mel, and we just we've had a little bit more time on the patch to just keep pushing and innovating. So hopefully we've still got a little bit more to show against G2 Hell. Looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah. But I really love like the confidence that you had coming into the series. So weren't there like any pivotless hacks needed in order to win the series today?
We decided to slot that one in before game one today. We thought, if it maybe against Serens, if we'd done that before game one, it would not have needed to be a reverse sweep. So we thought, we'll slip that in before game one, and then we'll use the game one. That's our warm-up game, and then comfort zone, cinema.
That sounds like a great opportunity. Okay, now we're gonna go into like the nitty-gritty. You're gonna play against G2 Hell tomorrow. Is there any bad blood from the EEC final? How are you gonna beat them tomorrow?
I love the people on G2. The girls are all fantastic. I love playing against them. Zenith is always a fun lane matchup, but I am so done losing to G2. So tomorrow, it's a new day. We go in there. The EEC is blank slate. We go in, we play our game, and with any luck, we do our job and we come out of it on the other side as victors.
I mean, you're doing great so far, and I'm really hoping that we're gonna see tomorrow maybe a big upset happening. Do you think it's gonna be like a 3-0? Is there like a possibility getting like some confidence in? Will we see a 3-0 tomorrow from you against G2?
There's nothing stopping it being a 3-0. On any given day, they could beat us, we could beat them. I feel like we have a momentum now. We're coming in off the back of 2 wins. G2's coming in off a pretty rough loss. It was a long series. It was a tough one against Eterna. So hopefully we carry that momentum in, and hey, who knows? 3-0 could be on the cards.
Ooh, we will see if the goddesses will bleed another time and hope that Solari can ride the momentum wave. Thank you so much, Pivotless, for this interview. Greetings also to your whole team that's like currently in the boot camp. Have a nice evening, and we'll see tomorrow again for the Syrians and G2. Greetings also to Lilith, that is probably doing a great interview at the moment, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye!
Thank you for having me. Bye!
Oh, it was so nice to also like send out some words again with Pivotless. I mean, she has been playing such a nice best of 5 today, and also bringing out the Rek'Sai, a pick that she has definitely shown in the past, but has been kind of new to like this tournament. How do you think her approach was against G2? Like, do you see the 3-2 happening tomorrow? Do you think G2 is broken against Eternal?
Well, I feel like Pivotless has a very good grasp of what's strong. The way she was talking about the Rek'Sai, the way she said that she had seen strengths in Rek'Sai before people actually brought her out top lane in competitive play was actually really interesting for me, because I actually feel like she understands the game very deeply, right? The way she's flanking, the way she's positioning, the way she's playing laning phase, the way you see she understood what was wrong with their games. And then the whole momentum shifted. She takes more of a leadership role. She's the speecher in her team. Like all those things, it just shows true leadership in her, but also insane game knowledge, right? So I feel like she's going to play a huge part in tomorrow's series versus G2 Hell, yeah.
I'm super excited to see the development of the team, though, play out in that specific matchup, right? Because I can still remember our Equal Esports Cup finals at Gamescom where Game 1 was taken by G2, then Solari really fought so hard to take Game 2 until Game 3 then again went into the bags of G2 Hell, who eventually ended up winning Equal Esports Cup. And I remember thinking, oh my God, that game that Solari just won was so strong and so convincing. And the spirit that they showed on that map was so great. And now seeing the development they've had, not only ever since then, but also within the week, ever since we started to today, honestly, I think that could be another 5-game banger.
Yeah, for me, tomorrow also just can't come fast enough because I really want to see those team battle it out. So I think we're gonna quickly take a look again at the schedule, I think.
Bracket.
Yeah, because
Bracket.
there it is. The bracket, there it is, our wonderful bracket, because we can see that now after all these play days, Solari and SK.A, who fought it out this time with a 4-game series. Now Solari gonna advance to G2 Hell, facing them tomorrow at the same time, 18 o'clock here on the LEC channel. And I'm really looking forward because the winner of this series is our semifinal. The winner is gonna go and get the last ticket to our offline final at the Paris Games Week against Eterna on the 31st of October. So I'm really looking forward to see who's gonna be able to face Eterna there, because I think it's gonna be a really big surprise for everyone to see Eterna there, and that we might have a final without the G2 Hell. They have been so successful this year already.
Man, can you imagine, like, they've dominated everything and the second there's an offline final, they miss it? That would be so G2. That would be so G2 coded,
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, 100%. It also plays into the what I've been saying basically all year long is if they don't win everything, what are they doing to make it happen in the future? Because I feel like this G2 Hell that we're seeing right now is probably the strongest we have seen. We saw them struggle so hard when they played in the NLC lower divisions, didn't work out in their favor. Then they moved on to Spain, and now all of a sudden they had the chance to pop off. They had the chance to, you know, show what they are capable of and actually compete in a mixed scene, if you want to say so. I think the pressure is on for G2 as well. I think the expectation that not only we have, but also they have themselves is very, very high. And we know them for banter. We know them to be very cocky, but they need to show up tomorrow. Otherwise, the dream of Game Changers is over.
Yeah, the dream could be over, the big dream of being the first champion of this tournament since its first iteration. And I think we're just going to take the time now also for us to gain some energy back, that also we are giving our complete best tomorrow. So it only leaves to me to say thank you for everyone coming into like this tournament, and also to all the watchers in the channel right now. Thank you for staying with us for so long, watching all these games and being such big fans of the teams and of the community. Also, thank you to my two wonderful casters, Trouble Inc. and Melee, to our production over at Webedia that are always just like doing the little like edits for us and whenever we want something specifically requested. And also thank you again for the LEC that we are still allowed to be here on the channel and making the space for this amazing tournament. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Sun's out, your buns